and chance, and also the regular movement of the terrorists in this very area, those who have infiltrated from the international border area, that is being considered by the security forces, and the large-scale operations are underway in the upper reaches of Kathua as we speak, and the forces are trying to pinpoint the locations from where the intercept was actually generated.
That's right, Gursimran. Thank you for joining us with those details. The operations are currently underway. The forces are now combing through the forest and the manhunt is on. Now moving on, viewers, to a major accident that was reported from Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban district, where multiple buses ferrying the Amarnath Yatra pilgrims collided near the Chandarkote area, and dozens of pilgrims were injured in the mishap. Rescue teams acted swiftly and all the injured have been shifted to the hospital. Here's a quick report on that.
A convoy of Amarnath Yatra buses met with an accident in Ramban. 5 buses collided near the Chandarkot Langar site. The accident happened due to brake failure in one of the buses. 6 yatris were injured in the pile-up incident. Police and health teams rushed to the site immediately. Rescue and relief operations were quickly launched. Injured pilgrims were shifted to District Hospital Ramban. The buses were part of the Pahalgam-bound Amarnath Yatra convoy. Authorities are investigating the cause of the brake failure. The Yatra continues with additional safety checks in place.
The number of people that have been injured has risen to 36. That is what we are getting the confirmation from the officials of the Jammu and Kashmir government, that there have been 36 injuries to the pilgrims that were travelling in these buses that were heading from the Bhagwati Nagar base camp of Jammu to the Pahalgam base of the Amarnath Yatra. These Pahalgam bound buses, they were actually at halt at the Langar site in the Chandarkot when one of the bus that was approaching them, the driver lost the control. Possibly what is being said is due to the mechanical failure, the brake failure that has taken place, and he collided with 4 other buses, in which the driver of the bus, he has some head injuries, we are told, and other 35 passengers have also been injured. So we spoke to the officials in the J&K government. They are telling us that all of the injured, they are out of danger. There have not been any serious injuries is what they are telling us, and now what is happening, that the injured are being treated, and very soon the alternate buses arrangement will be made, and these 36 passengers will too be sent to the Pahalgam base camp.
On that note, viewers, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about the Karnataka caste census sham. A revenue inspector has been suspended by the BBMP. And along with this, we'll also tell you about the F-35B, a UK naval fighter jet, which is stranded in Kerala, will be repatriated tomorrow when the UK team arrives. Stay tuned.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet, or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of intelligence gathering activities were on earlier also, but they were not very organized on military scale. You see, earlier we had some satellites which ISRO had launched. We had cartograph series of satellites. We had reset.
PM Modi arrives in Argentina, meets Indian diaspora. PM Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister to visit Argentina in 57 years. Businessman Gopal Khemka shot dead in Patna outside his residence by unknown assailant. Union Minister Piyush Goyal's big statement on India-US trade deal says national interest and not deadline to dictate US deal. After Karnataka's fake caste census sham was exposed, BBMP suspends officer for negligence in the exercise. 36 injured after 5 buses collide in Amarnath Yatra convoy in Ramban. Injured shifted to hospital. British Navy's F-35B fighter jet stuck in Kerala. It will be likely to be dismantled and airlifted to UK as repairs fail. A team from UK is all set to arrive in Kerala tomorrow. A very good morning, viewers. It's 11:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Focus is on the BBMP because the BBMP's sham of a caste census survey has now attracted action. A revenue inspector has been suspended for negligence in the entire exercise. Kavita, a revenue inspector working in Vasant Nagar subdivision of the eastern zone of the BBMP, has been suspended for alleged dereliction of duty in the scheduled caste survey. And we also have videos of how BBMP staffers are seen pasting the caste survey sticker completed on the houses of Bengaluru without even speaking to the residents, without filling any form, without following any protocol. Stickers were pasted and BBMP workers, as you can see, had also assaulted one of the residents for questioning them about the survey. The BBMP, instead of responding to the resident and also clarifying why they have not followed protocols, they are seen beating up this man on the right side of your screens. There you can see how the BBMP is trying to cover up when questioned. And when this entire sham was exposed by Republic, only then the BBMP has now acted upon this particular case, and a revenue inspector identified as Kavita has been suspended for dereliction of duty. There you can see, viewers, it's not just a case of 1 or 2 houses, but dozens of these houses had stickers on them which were pasted by the BBMP workers. And what's even more shocking is that the stickers claimed that the caste census survey was complete, but in reality, nothing was done. Residents were not questioned, there were no forms that were filled, no protocols were followed, and there was no caste census that was done. Moving on, in a stunning twist in the Disha Salian case, the Maharashtra government has now clarified, saying that no one has been given a clean sheet. In fact, Minister Shambhuraj Desai also confirmed that only interim findings were submitted and the final report is still awaited. So this means that the investigation is very much alive and active and nothing has been ruled out. Here's the complete report.
It's a case that rocked Bollywood and sparked political tremors across Maharashtra. Now, in a dramatic twist, the Disha Salian death probe is back in the spotlight. Amid swirling speculations and years of silence, the Maharashtra government has now made a big revelation. No one has been given a clean chit yet. Not just that, even the so-called interim report isn't the final word. Maharashtra Minister Subhanshu Raj Desai, in a big statement, confirmed it.
दिशा सालियन का रिपोर्ट फाइनल नहीं है, अभी गृह राज्य मंत्री से मेरी बात हुई है, वो इंटरिम फाइंडिंग्स है, फाइनल फाइंडिंग्स अभी तक आए नहीं है। और जो इंटरिम भी अगर फाइंडिंग्स दिए उसमें किसी को भी क्लीन चिट नहीं दी गई है। ऐसा ये जब तक फाइनल रिपोर्ट नहीं आता है तब तक किसी को क्लीन चिट देने का कोई सवाल नहीं खड़ा रहता। जब फाइनल रिपोर्ट आएगा तब इसके बारे में बात। इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑनगोइंग है।
For years, conspiracy theories around Disha Salian's death just days before actor Sushant Singh Rajput's tragic demise have refused to die down. And with the Maharashtra government officially stating the final report is still pending, this could be the beginning of a fresh political and legal storm. The public continues to track every twist, every revelation and every unanswered question in the Disha Salian case.
Moving on, viewers, an assistant executive engineer from Jal Shakti department has gone missing under mysterious circumstances in Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban district. His vehicle was found abandoned near the Chenab river, triggering a search operation. Here's a quick report.
An assistant executive engineer goes missing in Ramban. Missing officer identified as Parvez Ahmed Wani. Wani was posted in the Goul subdivision of Ramban. His car was found abandoned near the Chenab river. Vehicle was discovered parked along the river banks. Security forces and local teams rushed to the spot. A major search operation has been launched in the area. Circumstances around the disappearance remain suspicious. Authorities are exploring all possible angles. The incident has raised serious concerns in the region.
Moving on to breaking news from Bijapur. Encounter is underway between security forces and Maoist terrorists, and the encounter is going on since morning in Indravati National Park area. Bordering Dantewada and Bijapur, 2 Maoist terrorists have been neutralized. It's a big win for our forces as the encounter is still underway. The fight against red terror continues on a war footing, and the joint forces who are locked in an encounter with the Maoist terrorists have successfully eliminated 2 of them, and the encounter is still underway in the Indravati National Park area bordering Dantewada and Bijapur. We have Bharat. Bharat is joining us live from Bijapur. Bharat, tell us about the latest update from the encounter site.
देखिए, बिल्कुल मैं आपको बता दूं, जिस तरीके से जहां इनकाउंटर चल रही है वो पूरा इलाका एक तरीके से माओवादियों का, एक तरीके से उनकी जनाधार वाला इलाका कहा जाता था इंद्रावती। उस इलाके पे यानी पहुंचना पुलिस को चुनौती होती थी, लेकिन बरसात के समय अगर माओवादियों के किले में अगर जवान पहुंच रहे हैं तो स्वाभाविक सी बात है, जो 31 मार्च 2026 तक जो डेडलाइन तय किया गया, देश के जो गृह मंत्री है अमित शाह ने जो डेडलाइन तय किया गया है, जिसके तर्ज पे जो ऑपरेशन चलाए जा रहे हैं, वाकई काबिल तारीफ है। क्योंकि जिस तरीके से जिस इलाके पे यानी इंद्रावती वो इलाका कहा जाता है जिस इलाके पे पहुंचने के लिए बड़ी जद्दोजहद करनी पड़ती है। सामान्य आदमी, शहर का आदमी या सामान्य सिविलियंस भी उस इलाके पे नहीं पहुंच सकता बरसात के समय में। नदी नाले उफान पर है, ऐसे जो जिला मुख्यालय का जो संपर्क है इंद्रावती से टूट जाता है। ऐसे में ऐसे विषम परिस्थितियों में अगर जवान उस इलाके पे पहुंच रहे हैं तो वाकई जिस तरीके से गृह मंत्री ने डेडलाइन तय किया है उसके तर्ज पे ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है। 1 नहीं 2 नहीं 2 माओवादियों को पुलिस के जवानों ने ढेर किया है। ये पूरी कार्रवाई की अगर बात की जाए तो एसटीएफ, डीआरजी और इनकी संयुक्त जो ऑपरेशन थी, इस ऑपरेशन पे एक बड़ी सफलता मिली है। हालांकि 100 को रिकॉर्ड कर दिया गया है, जवान जो है उस इलाके पे से आ रहे हैं और लगातार जो उनकी वापसी हो रही है और उस इलाके पे सग्र जो है वो भी तेज कर दी गई है। बताया जा रहा है कि बड़ी इनपुट मिली थी, छोटी मोटी इनपुट नहीं थी, बड़ी इनपुट मिली थी। इस इनपुट के आधार पे ही इस ऑपरेशन को चलाया गया था और इस ऑपरेशन में बड़ी सफलता मिली है। 2 माओवादियों को पुलिस के जवानों ने ढेर किया है। हालांकि इस पूरे ऑपरेशन पे पुलिस के जो उच्च अधिकारी हैं, बीजापुर एसपी डॉक्टर जितेंद्र यादव की अगर बात की जाए, वहीं आईपीएस मयंक गुर्जर की अगर बात की जाए, इस पूरे ऑपरेशन पर निगरानी रखी जा रही है कि क्या क्या स्थितियां उस इलाके पे निर्मित हो रही है। जवानों की भुजाओं की ताकत की बार बार तारीफ की जाती है छत्तीसगढ़ के गृह मंत्री के द्वारा।
The encounter is still underway, viewers, and Bharat is reporting from very close to that particular encounter site, and as he mentioned, it is a stronghold of the Maoist terrorists, but our forces are unfazed. 2 of the Maoist terrorists have been eliminated so far. Now let's get you the quick updates from across the nation in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Security has been tightened for the Bahuda Yatra. 100 police platoons, Rapid Action Force, Odisha Rapid Action Force and Coast Guard have been deployed. High security measures have been taken to avoid any untoward incident. Celebrations lined up as Tibetan spiritual leader Dalai Lama will celebrate his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju also on the list of attendees. Flash floods across Mandi. Locals rush to the aid of the affected families with ration and first aid kits. CM Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu announced relief and packages worth 5,000 for rental assistance. Commissioner of Police Gurpreet Singh Bhullar busted Pakistan-Malaysian drug ring in Amritsar. The network from Dubai to Pakistan is still being investigated. Recovered Glock pistols and heroin. 6 arrested for other drugs and Hawala nexus. RJD's Mrityunjay Tiwari took a dig at Bihar. CM claimed that the state has descended into lawlessness after a businessman was shot dead outside his apartment. Moving on to some more updates coming in from Srinagar, where the police has attached a residential property worth approximately 1.5 crore rupees under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act of the UAPA. The property located in Mir Masjid Mohalla in Shalabagh, Khanyar is recorded in the name of Mohammad Yusuf Shah and is currently possessed by Masood Hussain Shah. Investigation revealed that the property was acquired through illegal proceeds linked to terror activities. Another terror associate's property has been attached by the Jammu and Kashmir police after they found out that the property was acquired by the proceeds of crime, the proceeds of terror funding and terror activities. Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, tell us about this latest crackdown by Jammu and Kashmir police. Another terror associate's property has been attached. What prompted this action?
See, it is in the Mir Masjid Mohalla of the Sharabagh Khanyar where the Jammu and Kashmir police has acted, and under the section 25 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, after getting the court's order, the decision has been taken to attach this property. The property that belonged to Mohammad Yusuf Shah and is presently being acquired by his son Masood Hussain Shah has been attached by the Jammu and Kashmir police. The attachment was done early this morning, and it has been a total of 1.5 crore property that has been acquired from the proceeds of the terrorism that has been one of the instrumental weapon of these terror proxies, that how they acquire the money from the terror activities by supporting terror activities, and then they flourish by buying properties and investing it here and there. That has now been busted with the Jammu and Kashmir police attaching this property. We are told that it is 8 marla and 202 square feet of the land that has now been attached by the Srinagar police as part of its effort to totally wipe out the ecosystem of the terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, especially those who are surviving on the money that is being sent and given by the Pakistani proxies so as to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir. But now the property has been attached and the further course of action will follow.
Right, Gursimran, thank you for joining us with those insights. Moving on, viewers, let's shift our focus quickly to the Prime Minister's Trinidad and Tobago visit, because he has concluded that visit. He's currently in Argentina, but let's tell you about the historic moment that unfolded, because the Prime Minister addressed the Parliament in Trinidad and Tobago, strengthening the centuries-old ties through shared heritage, culture and vision for the future. The address of the Prime Minister marked a new chapter in the bilateral relations. Here's more.
I'm deeply honored to stand before you, the elected representatives of a proud democracy and a friendly nation. I bring greetings from 1.4 billion people of India. I'm humbled to be the first Indian Prime Minister to speak to you in this iconic Red House. This historic red building has seen struggles and sacrifices of the people of Trinidad and Tobago for freedom and dignity. Friends, the people of this great nation have chosen two remarkable women leaders, the President and the Prime Minister. They proudly call themselves daughter of the Indian diaspora. There are growing global divisions, disputes, and disparities. The world is faced with challenges of climate change, food, health, and energy security. Terrorism remains a pressing threat. Terrorism is the enemy of humanity. This very Red House has itself witnessed the wounds of terror and the loss of innocent blood. We must stand united to deny terrorism any shelter or space. We thank the people and the government of this country for standing with us in our fight against terrorism. आप सभी जानते हैं, भारतीयों के लिए डेमोक्रेसी सिर्फ एक पॉलिटिकल मॉडल भर नहीं है, हमारे लिए ये वे ऑफ लाइफ है, हमारी हजारों वर्षों की महान विरासत है। इस संसद में भी कई साथी ऐसे हैं जिनके पूर्वज बिहार से हैं। Relationship between our two countries is based on the foundation of centuries-old bonds. 180 years ago, the first Indians arrived on this land after a long and hard journey. Oceans away, the Indian beats blended beautifully with the Caribbean rhythm. The old institutions are struggling to deliver peace and progress. At the same time, the global south is rising. They wish to see a new and fairer world order. The voice of the developing world remains on the margins. India has always tried to bridge this gap. For India, Mahasagar, mutual and holistic advancement for society and growth across regions, is the guiding vision for the global south. Whenever we got the opportunity, we have given voice to the global south. Friends, there is a natural warmth in the connection between our two countries. I must say, Indians are among the most passionate fans of the West Indies cricket team. We cheer for them with all our heart, except when they are playing against India. Together, you have built a nation that lives its motto, together we aspire, together we achieve.
It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, we'll tell you about the BBMP suspending its revenue inspector over the Karnataka caste census sham. Along with that, we'll also tell you about the F-35 British jet that is stranded in Kerala. It may be dismantled and airlifted to UK as soon as the team arrives tomorrow. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Just But Elon's very upset that the EV.
Welcome back, viewers. A major breakthrough in the decades-old Assam-Meghalaya border dispute. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has announced the signing of a memorandum of understanding which clearly defines the boundaries between the two states. A big step towards lasting resolution, completely encapsulated in this report.
In a major step towards resolving the decades-old border dispute between Assam and Meghalaya, Assam CM announced that the first boundary pillar has been erected in one of the previously contested areas along the interstate boundary. Sarma on Friday announced the signing of MOU to define boundaries between Assam and Meghalaya. In a post on social media X, the CM wrote that the signed MOU would help people and administration have clarity on the jurisdiction and would also allow the governance to shine in the once grey areas. Preston Tinsong, while speaking to Republic exclusively, lauded the move.
The historic moment for Meghalaya and Assam, and it will also be a good news to all our neighboring states among ourselves, and I'm very sure we will be able to resolve it one by one. And as I said to you, the credit goes to the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam and also the Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, who has taken this bold initiative to make sure that the solution to the long pending issue is resolved.
With the signing of the MOU and the erection of the first boundary pillar, Assam and Meghalaya are taking significant steps towards resolving their decades-old border dispute.
Moving on, Union Minister of Commerce and Trade Piyush Goyal has asserted that India will not sign a trade deal based on a timeline but set its own terms to negotiate an agreement. His comments came ahead of July 9th deadline when the pause on retaliatory tariffs will expire. Listen in.
भारत अपने शर्तों पर चर्चा करता है, अलग अलग देशों के साथ चर्चा चल रही है, यूरोपियन यूनियन हो, न्यूजीलैंड हो, ओमान हो, यूएसए हो, चिली हो, पेरू हो, कई देशों के साथ एग्रीमेंट की बात चल रही है। फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट तभी संभव होता है जब दो तरफा फायदा हो। इट शुड बी अ विन विन एग्रीमेंट, और जब भारत के इंटरेस्ट को संरक्षित रखते हुए नेशनल इंटरेस्ट विल ऑलवेज बी सुप्रीम, वो ध्यान में रखते हुए अच्छा अगर डील बनती है तो भारत तो विकसित देशों के साथ डील करने के लिए कभी भी तैयार है। भारत कभी कोई ट्रेड डील डेडलाइन या समय सीमा के आधार पर कभी नहीं करते। जब डील अच्छी बन जाए, पूरी तरीके से पक जाए और देश हित में हो, तब उसको हम स्वीकार करें।
Time for a quick break. Viewers, on the other side, we'll tell you about what's on the table in Argentina as the Prime Minister has arrived there after his Trinidad and Tobago visit. Along with that, we'll also tell you about the businessman who was shot dead in Patna. CCTV footage has been accessed. Stay tuned for more details on the other side.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of a
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America.
This week on Get Me Right, we put a searchlight on the plight of the Hindu community of Sindh in Pakistan. Their daily struggles just to be able to survive amid abductions, conversions, and targeting of their women. Also, is China deliberately hitting India's food security by squeezing the supply of specialty fertilizers amid Kharif season? And if yes, do we have a way out? Is an experiment with genetically modified crops worth a shot to increase India's agricultural output? Join me this weekend only on Republic TV.
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. It's 12 noon and the top story that we are tracking at this hour is the death of Gopal Khemka, who's been shot dead outside his residence in Patna. We'll be getting you all the updates on that big story and much more in the next half an hour. Here are the headlines first. Businessman Gopal Khemka shot dead in Patna outside his residence by unknown miscreants. British Navy's F-35 jet stuck in Kerala may be dismantled and airlifted to UK as repairs failed. A team from West Asia set to arrive in Kerala tomorrow. Prime Minister Modi in Argentina meets Indian diaspora. Prime Minister Modi, first Indian Prime Minister in 57 years to visit the country. Security forces launch a search operation in Katwa. Suspected terrorist movement detected. After Karnataka's fake caste census, a sham exposed, BBMP suspends one officer for negligence in survey sticker pasting task. Viewers, tune in to our Positive Influencer program where we celebrate the power of good vibes and uplifting stories. We are on the hunt for talented individuals who are making a difference in their communities, and we want you to be a part of it. So drop in your videos showcasing your passion, creativity and positive impact, and you could be featured on our show. Whether you are a student, an artist, an activist, or simply someone with a heart of gold, we want to hear from you. So join our mission to amplify the good, share the love and inspire a wave of positivity across the nation. So send us your videos now and get ready to shine on the Positive Influencer program. And viewers, we have breaking news coming in right now. The workers of Raj Thakre's party MNS have vandalized Sushil Kedia's office. MNS party workers have pelted the stone. So those visuals are coming in from Maharashtra, and this you can see the workers there vandalizing Sushil Kedia's office. And these are the MNS workers, and the vandalization is taking place there. So visuals.
ठाकरे एक साथ आने वाले हैं, उसी इलाके में ये ऑफिस है और वहाँ पे मन से कार्यकर्ता पहुँचे, नारेबाजी किया और नारेबाजी करने के बाद पत्थर फेंक कर वहाँ से निकल गए। ये जो वीडियो भी बनाया गया है मन से कार्यकर्ताओं द्वारा बनाया गया है। कहीं न कहीं लगातार ये कोशिश किया जा रहा है कि धमकाने की कोशिश किया जा रहा है जो हिंदी और मराठी का विवाद है महाराष्ट्र में। कहीं न कहीं जिस तरह से उत्तर भारतीयों को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, मीरा रोड में एक राजस्थानी व्यापारी को मारा गया और आज जिस तरह से केडिया के ऑफिस के बाहर पत्थरबाजी किया गया, कहीं न कहीं लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को लेकर कहीं कहीं सवाल खड़े हो रहा है। महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री ने कल ही कहा था कि अगर भाषा को लेकर कोई भी कानून हाथ में लेता है तो कहीं न कहीं उसके ऊपर कड़ी कार्रवाई किया जाएगा, लेकिन मन से कार्यकर्ताओं ने कहीं न कहीं उस कानून को देख नहीं रहे हैं और कहीं न कहीं पत्थरबाजी कर रहे हैं। जी।
So what we are witnessing is that MNS workers have vandalized the office of businessman Sushil Kedia, and this is after it was written on his X-frame that I will not learn Marathi, and that is what prompted the MNS workers to vandalize the office of Mumbai-based investor Sushil Kedia. So Sushil Kedia in his social media post had recently stated that he will not learn Marathi.
हुआ था उसके बाद कहेंगे पूरा विवाद बढ़ा और व्यापारी संघ के द्वारा प्रोटेस्ट किया गया, पूरा मेरा रोड बंद रहा है। लेकिन जिस तरह से ये विवाद है सुशील केडिया के ऑफिस में जिस तरह से पत्थरबाजी किया गया, ये विवाद ये है कि जिस तरह से सुशील ने ट्वीट किया कि हम यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में रहते हैं, गुजराती जानते हैं, हिंदी जानते हैं, इंग्लिश जानते हैं, लेकिन मराठी अब हम नहीं सीखेंगे। लगातार हमें जो दबाव बनाया जा रहा है कि मराठी सीखो, मराठी हम नहीं सीखने वाले क्योंकि इतने साल यहाँ रह चुके हैं, अब मराठी हम सीख नहीं सकते। इसके बाद कहेंगे ये विवाद बढ़ा और कल शाम को ही मुंबई पुलिस को वहाँ टीम थी और मुंबई पुलिस की टीम आज सुबह नहीं थी वहां, क्योंकि जो वर्ली इलाका है, वर्ली इलाके में आज जो है राज ठाकरे और उद्धव ठाकरे का कार्यक्रम हो रहा है, जो मराठी विजय रैली मनाया जा रहा है, जहां पे राज ठाकरे उद्धव ठाकरे एक साथ आने वाले हैं। वही पास में ऑफिस है और वहां पे मन से कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे और जो गेट है, जो केडिया ऑफिस का गेट है, वहां पे पत्थरबाजी किए और नारे किए। फिलहाल पुलिस पहुंची हुई है, वहां से मन से कार्यकर्ता।
All right, so those visuals where we can see the MNS workers vandalizing the office of Sushil Kedia, who's a high-profile investor and a businessman, and this after he posted on his X handle that he will not learn Marathi, and he had also sought police protection in the case. All right, let's shift our focus to the Patna murder, and the CCTV footage has now surfaced after the chilling murder of Gopal Khemka, a well-known businessman from Bihar. Now, Khemka was shot dead by a man outside his home in Patna on Friday night, and the CCTV clip is now showing a man wearing a blue shirt and a black helmet standing outside Khemka's home. And in a few seconds, 2 cars arrived. This is what is seen in the CCTV footage. They are waiting for the guard to open the iron gate. And this is the CCTV footage that has arrived. And the first car was driven by Khemka himself, while the second car behind him was driven by another man. As Khemka was waiting, the accused ran towards him and shot him in his car and then fled from the scene on his bike. So the CCTV footage is clearly showing the incident that happened outside his residence. Let's listen in to what the police had to say about the incident.
4 तारीख की रात में 11 बजे के आसपास गांधी मैदान के साउथ एरिया में यह सूचना मिली है कि अपार्टमेंट के सामने जो बिजनेसमैन है गोपाल खेमका जी, उनको चोट लगने से गोली लगने से मृत्यु हो गई है। जैसे इसकी सूचना पुलिस को मिली है हॉस्पिटल में, तो वहां पे पुलिस पहुंच गई थी। यहां पे सीन को सिक्योर किया गया है और बाकी की जांच पड़ताल की जा रही है। कैमरा से इत्यादि खंगाले जा रहे हैं। बाकी की कार्रवाई आगे की जाएगी।
Police there giving information about the death of businessman Gopal Khemka, who was shot dead outside his residence in Patna. And the police investigation is right now continuing. The incident took place near the Panache Hotel in the Gandhi Maidan police station area. And he was on his way home when the incident happened. Now, the CCTV footage has emerged. Republic TV has gotten an access to that footage, which clearly shows the incident that led to ultimately the death of Gopal Khemka, he being shot dead outside his residence. And what we do know at this moment is that police have also recovered 1 bullet and a shell case also from the crime scene. The CCTV footage has also been accessed by the police. And further investigations are underway at the moment. The area has been cordoned off as well. So, talking about the incident there that took place on Friday night. And remember, this also coming in a few years after his son was also killed in a similar manner. And his son was... All right, our colleague Prakash is joining us from Patna for more details. Prakash, what updates are appearing? Because, you know, we have got the CCTV footage. The Republic TV has gotten the access to the CCTV footage as well. Now, what is the police saying? Because we understand that 1 bullet as well as a shell has also been recovered by the police.
Well, yes, the SIT team has started investigating into all the angles of the investigation. They have recovered the CCTV footage, the CCTV camera behind me. They have ascertained the video of that, which we are showing on television channels. That one shooter is shooting from point blank range at Gopal Khemka, and thereafter he runs away on a bike. Now, the exact identity of that person is not yet known. Various CCTV footages on the roads leading to Gandhi Maidan and this area is also being ascertained and verified so that the exact picture and the visual of that person could be located, since he was wearing a helmet and the bike, the number of the that particular vehicle could also be located. Now, what could be the possible reason for the murder of Gopal Khemka is a question. He had multiple business interests, including healthcare, petrol pumps, real estate, land deals. So, was there any animosity? That is the question, because earlier in 2018 his son was also murdered in Hajipur, 35 kilometers away from this particular spot. Then there was a firing incident that took place on his older brother, as well as a firing had also taken place on his younger son. So now Gopal Khemka is survived by his younger son, daughter-in-law and wife. Wife reached Patna from Delhi today morning. And it's a cold-blooded murder which has raised serious questions on the deteriorating law and order situation in Bihar, and opposition training guns on Nitish Kumar's law and order situation, as well as the governance in Bihar. So it's going to be a big talking point as far as the Bihar Assembly elections are concerned. Back to you.
Absolutely. This incident happening just ahead of the assembly elections in the state of Bihar. Thank you so much for those updates there. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that big story that we are bringing to you. Meanwhile, let's now shift focus to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's five-nation visit. Prime Minister Modi has arrived at Buenos Aires on a two-day visit. But earlier, a historic moment really unfolded as Prime Minister Modi addressed the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. Strengthening a centuries-old ties through shared heritage, culture and vision for the future, his address marked a new chapter in India and Trinidad and Tobago's bilateral relationship. Here is the full story.
I'm deeply honored to stand before you, the elected representatives of a proud democracy and a friendly nation. I bring greetings from 1.4 billion people of India. I am humbled to be the first Indian Prime Minister to speak to you in this iconic Red House. This historic red building has seen struggles and sacrifices of the people of Trinidad and Tobago for freedom and dignity. Friends, the people of this great nation have chosen two remarkable women leaders, the President and the Prime Minister. They proudly call themselves daughter of the Indian diaspora. There are growing global divisions, disputes and disparities. The world is faced with challenges of climate change, food, health and energy security. Terrorism remains a pressing threat. Terrorism is the enemy of humanity. This very Red House has itself witnessed the wounds of terror and the loss of innocent blood. We must stand united to deny terrorism any shelter or space. We thank the people and the government of this country for standing with us in our fight against terrorism. आप सभी जानते हैं, भारतीयों के लिए डेमोक्रेसी सिर्फ एक पॉलिटिकल मॉडल भर नहीं है, हमारे लिए ये वे ऑफ लाइफ है, हमारी हजारों वर्षों की महान विरासत है। इस संसद में भी कई साथी ऐसे हैं जिनके पूर्वज बिहार से हैं। Relationship between our two countries is based on the foundation of centuries old bonds. 180 years ago, the first Indians arrived on this land after a long and hard journey. Oceans away, the Indian beats blended beautifully with the Caribbean rhythm. The old institutions are struggling to deliver peace and progress. At the same time, the global south is rising. They wish to see a new and fairer world order. The voice of the developing world remains on the margins. India has always tried to bridge this gap. For India, Mahasagar, mutual and holistic advancement for society and growth across regions, is the guiding vision for the global south. Whenever we got the opportunity, we have given voice to the global south. Friends, there is a natural warmth in the connection between our two countries. I must say, Indians are among the most passionate fans of the West Indies cricket team. We cheer for them with all our heart, except when they are playing against India. Together, you have built a nation that lives its motto, together we aspire, together we achieve.
And viewers, we have more news from Jammu and Kashmir, where an assistant executive engineer from the Jal Shakti department has gone missing under mysterious circumstances in Ramban district. Now, his vehicle was found abandoned near the Chenab river, triggering a search operation. Here is a 1-minute report.
An assistant executive engineer goes missing in Ramban. Missing officer identified as Parvez Ahmed Wani. Wani was posted in the Goul subdivision of Ramban. His car was found abandoned near the Chenab river. Vehicle was discovered parked along the river banks. Security forces and local teams rushed to the spot. A major search operation has been launched in the area. Circumstances around the disappearance remain suspicious. Authorities are exploring all possible angles. The incident has raised serious concerns in the region.
Breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where a terror hideout has been busted by the J&K police and the Indian Army in Poonch district. Now, 3 grenades and a huge cache of arms and ammunition have been recovered from the site, and the recovery was made from the Sirankota area of Poonch. As far as the huge cache of ammunition that has been recovered, there are 14 AK rounds, 6 pistol rounds, 5 pencil cells, a wire cutter, a multi-data cable connector, a multi-purpose knife, a common iron rod, and a paint box has also been recovered. So terror hideout busted by the joint operation of the J&K police and the Indian Army. This is happening in the Poonch district, where a lot of recovery has been made. This is the Surankot area of Poonch. Huge cache of arms and ammunition have been recovered. Let's get all the updates from Gursimran, my colleague who's joining us live from Jammu. Gursimran, what details can you provide us about this terror hideout that has been busted in Poonch?
See, what we are picking up, that it was based on intelligence input that was generated by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the sister intelligence agencies, and based on that the recovery has been made jointly by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the Indian Army. This includes 3 grenades that were kept there as part of some terror plan that was to be executed by the terrorists at a later stage, but before they could execute this terror plan, the security forces have foiled this attempt of the Pakistani terrorists and now have recovered 3 grenades along with 14 rounds of AK series, 6 rounds of pistol, along with the other wire cutters, knives, multiple knives and other belongings of the terrorists that have been recovered from this very area. This area is the Behram Gala, upper area of the Behram Gala in the Surankot area of Poonch, where the recovery has been made, and as we speak the search operations are also underway in the general area. We are being told that this is part of, since this was an intelligence based operation, multiple such operations are also underway in the different parts of the Poonch district so as to rule out any possibility, because on 27th of this month the Buddha Amarnath Yatra, which is also a highly revered shrine in the Mandi area of the Poonch, that yatra is also to begin, and keeping the sensitivity of the area in view, now as we speak the massive cordon and the search and the area domination operations are underway, but a big success coming for the joint forces as the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army has busted a major terror hideout, recovering 3 grenades and a huge cache of ammunition.
All right, thank you so much, Gursimran, for all those updates. I will keep coming back to you for more on that story. And viewers, let's move on. We have big breaking news coming in from Rajasthan, where mob has lynched a youth to death in Jahazpur after a minor collision, and protests have erupted in the area. So what happened was, on Friday evening in Bhilwara's Jahazpur area, a tragic incident unfolded. A young man's car accidentally collided with a vegetable cart belonging to a local vendor selling potatoes and onions, and the situation escalated rapidly. And in a fit of rage, the bystanders there attacked the young man, resulting in his death. And the incident has triggered widespread anger among the local residents who gathered outside the Jahazpur police station. They protested, and this protest also grew intense, prompting the arrival of the local MLA as well and the police as well. Let's get all the updates from Weber, our colleague who's joining us from Bhilwara. Weber, what more details you can provide us, because we understand that now there has been an increased police presence outside at the scene of the crime as well as the hospital as well. What more details you can provide us?
और देखिए, बिल्कुल भीलवाड़ा का ये जहाजपुर इलाका है जहां पर ये पूरी घटना घटी। एक शख्स जो सफेद कलर की गाड़ी में आपको नजर आ रहा होगा, वो एक ठेले को टक्कर मारता है और टक्कर मारने के बाद वहां पर भीड़ जुटती है और भीड़ उस शख्स को, सीताराम जिसका नाम है, उसे जबरदस्ती गेट से बाहर खींचती है और उसे इतना मारती है कि सीताराम की मौत हो जाती है। ये तय था। इस पूरे मामले के बाद विवाद जो है वो बढ़ेगा। तमाम हिंदू संगठन जो है वो देर शाम जो है थाने के बाहर पहुंचते हैं, वहां पर धरना प्रदर्शन करते हैं और इस पूरे मामले में सख्त एक्शन की बात कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जब सीताराम की मौत हो जाती है और उस मौत के बाद जब ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज सामने आता है, जिस वीडियो में बिल्कुल साफ देखा जा सकता है कि कैसे एक कार एक ठेले को टक्कर मारती है। उस ठेले पर जो शख्स मौजूद रहता है वो भीड़ वहां पर आसपास की बुलाता है। उस कार वाले को लोग घेर लेते हैं और न सिर्फ घेरते हैं बल्कि उसकी हत्या तक कर देते हैं। अब क्योंकि फिलहाल पोस्टमार्टम को लेकर भी स्थानीय लोगों का, हिंदू संगठनों का ये कहना है कि जब तक के इन सभी आरोपियों को आइडेंटिफाई नहीं किया जाएगा, जब तक कि इन सभी का आइडेंटिफिकेशन के बाद इनकी गिरफ्तारी नहीं की जाएगी, तब तक के वो लोग इस शव का जो है वो अंतिम संस्कार नहीं करेंगे। प्रशासन लगातार धरपकड़ कर रहा है और इस वीडियो के आधार पर उन तमाम चेहरों को आइडेंटिफाई कर रहा है जो इस पूरी वारदात में शामिल थे, जिन्होंने सीताराम की पीट कर हत्या की है। पुलिस के लिए चुनौती यह है क्योंकि भीड़ बहुत ज्यादा है। ऐसे में उन तमाम चेहरों का, उन आरोपियों का पहचान कर पाना, उन आरोपियों की गिरफ्तारी कर पाना एक बड़ी चुनौती पुलिस के लिए जरूर है। और इन चुनौती
Absolutely. So what the police are looking at is right now looking at the identification of all the miscreants who caused the death of the young man in Bhilwara. Thank you so much for all those updates there. And viewers, we'll also now take a look at some other news from across the nation in Bharat in One.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Security has been tightened for the Bahuda Yatra. 100 police platoons, RAF, ODRF and the Coast Guard have been deployed. High security measures have been taken to avoid any mishap. Celebrations went on as Tibetan spiritual leader Dalai Lama celebrated his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju also attended the birthday celebrations. Flash floods have been reported across Mandi as the locals rushed to aid the affected families with the ration and first aid kits. Chief Minister Sukhwinder Singh Sukhdu met the affected families, announced relief and package worth 5,000 for assistance. A network of arms narco ring has been busted. The network from Dubai to Pakistan is being investigated. And investigating agencies have recovered pistols and heroin. Viewers, it's time to take a break, and coming up ahead, Prime Minister Modi is in Argentina. He has met with the Indian diaspora. Prime Minister Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister in 57 years to visit the country.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan.
They say the gods walk among us, but once a year, in Puri, we walk with them. More than a festival, it's faith in motion, a journey carried by hearts, hands, and hope. This year, kindness walks with devotion, as meals of faith and warmth reach lakhs, nourishing not just bodies, but souls. When we serve devotion, you serve the divine.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Yes,
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers, to this brand new edition of Forces First. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Viewers, we will start with the big story of the day, how India fought and won against the terror troika. A three-front war during Operation Sindoor, and we will talk about all the angles and how the Indian Army has exposed the terror troika. With that, we will go on to discuss the curious case of F-35B and should India make the choice of, in fact, not going for the F-35 jet. A lot more lined up for you on this edition of Forces First, viewers. But the top story remains how India had won against this trio, the triad of Pakistan, China and Turkey, viewers. The wheel has dropped and the nexus stands exposed. Viewers, Operation Sindoor was not just about precision strikes, it was also about battling this hidden triangle of threats. One border and three enemies, yet India stood tall and strong. India refused to blink with 21 shortlisted targets and 9 precision hits. India remained at the top of the escalation ladder. So viewers, Lieutenant General Rahul R. Singh revealed how China armed Pakistan and how Turkey backed it. Now, live intel from China was given to Pakistan. Drones from Turkey were supplied, and India was not just fighting Pakistan. And an overwhelming 81% of Pakistan's military hardware is of Chinese origin, with China using the country like a live laboratory to test its military tech. This is what has been outlined by the Deputy Chief of army. Listen.
Pakistan was the front face. We had China providing all possible support. And it's no surprise because if you were to look at statistics, in the last 5 years, 81% of the military hardware that Pakistan is getting is all Chinese, 81% of that. So it's no surprise. And another thing that China perhaps has seen is that he's able to test his weapons against, say, various other weapon systems that are there. It's like a live lab which is available to. So it's a good. That is what is something we have to be very, very cognizant about. Again, Turkey also played a very important role in providing the type of support that was there. There was a message from the military operations, Pakistan, that they would want a ceasefire. And the reason why this particular thing happened, because there was a punch that was ready and they realized that that hidden punch, in case that comes through, Pakistan would be in a very, very bad condition. So that was the reason why they asked for a ceasefire.
So there you heard the Indian Army has set the record straight. Colonel Shailendra Singh, defence expert, joins us on the broadcast. Colonel Singh, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV on Forces First. And you know, this is something that we all know. We knew about the Turkish drones. We know how China has been the so-called all-weather ally, but we do understand it was using Pakistan as a borrowed knife, and it was like a live laboratory, sir. And also now this is a axis of terror, axis of evil, so to speak, that India is now battling. How big you think is the challenge? Yes, India did prevail over them, but from here onwards, what are the lessons we are learning, and what is the approach that our forces should take now?
Jai Hind, Namaskar. Let me tell you one thing at the outset. I think we have shown to the world that if Israel can fight 5 countries simultaneously, we can also fight 3 countries simultaneously. Out of that, one country happens to be the so-called niche country called as China. More important is what Rahul is saying. Rahul is an absolute straight ramrod officer who will face truth as truth. And 2 parts comes out very clearly. We should be very sure about it. Any conflict with Pakistan will always be supported by China, Turkey or XYZ, somebody or the other. So we will have to always cater for that. We will have to plan for that. Coming down to the next level of it, China, whether we are a live lab or whatever lab, they are increasingly realizing that India has something which can defeat all 3 of them. You kept providing the live vectors and threat, and we did our job and came back also. You couldn't stop us. Bigger worry is Turkey. Giving drones is not the problem, but deploying the men to operate those drones is a matter of very grave concern. I think Rahul has brought out another thing very clearly. For our populated cities, we need to upgrade our air defense system, because future war, you will see Pakistan will be characterless the way it is to strike at our population center. I think I'm prepared to say even to that extent that we can take examples from the world. Let us concentrate that we have a war coming, and only then we will be prepared for it. If you think that war will not come, I think you will go wrong. Air defense is the requirement of the day. If you want to save your population, you want to save your industrial, cities, everything is dependent on that. Striking, losing, losses, very minor part of it. Whether you lose 1 aircraft or 2 doesn't make a difference. But what matters most, when your civil population suffers the casualty. So I think Air Force, Navy, India, all 3 need to combine together, and the government and the will of people should be, let us spend that 1 rupee extra and come out with air defense, which is immediate and catering for the imminent threat. If you're going to wait that by 30 or 35, 2035, you'll be raiding with a better kind of air defense.
Right.
It may not moving correct. So please do it now. It is the need of the day. It is the need of the hour.
Right, sir. Colonel Shailendra Singh, thanks so much for joining us with your insights on that story. Viewers, now we get you how this fight is only expanding. Viewers, a diplomatic flight created strategic turbulence in Ankara. Now, Air Chief Marshal AP Singh's visit to Greece, the pictures of his visit made Turkey nervous already. And as India and Greece draw closer, there are reports coming in of potential missile deal that have certainly set off the alarm bells in Turkey. The special visit has sent shockwaves across the leadership of Turkey, as Turkey and Greece have been engaged in a long-standing conflict. To remind our viewers, the visit aimed at enhancing bilateral cooperation in operations and training, marking a significant step in strengthening the strategic partnership between the two air forces, especially after what India did in Operation Sindoor and the role of Air Force. Now, there are murmurs of a potential missile deal between India and Greece. And of course, Turkey is not ready for it. And to give us more of a perspective and context to it, we have our expert on this. But just telling you, viewers, there's something else that is also brewing in Dhaka. Ankara is making bold moves, viewers. Erdogan is trying to woo Bangladesh as well, as reports say that Turkey is trying to get closer to Bangladesh. And Turkey is eyeing strategic foothold in Bangladesh. How? Because according to reports, top Turkish defense official is heading to Dhaka with a high-level meeting lined up with Bangladesh's interim leader, Yunus. It's not just diplomacy, viewers, it's about defense, drones and deeper designs. Now, I have with me a former diplomat, Ambassador Deepak Vora, joining us on the broadcast. Ambassador Vora, thanks so much for joining us on Forces First once again. And, India went cold on Turkey during Operation Sindoor, the boycott. Now what we see that India is in fact turning up the heat on Turkey with, these back-to-back visits. We've seen Prime Minister in Cyprus, we've seen Air Chief Marshal in Greece. Now this talk about the missile deal, which is now deemed as a master stroke. And at the same time, you have Turkey cozying up with Bangladesh.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be with you and to learn from you. I just heard what Colonel Saab was talking about in terms of the forthcoming war. I hope it doesn't happen. That's our job to prevent these things happening. As far as Turkey is concerned, let me go back for a second and tell you, ma'am, that you give us all the information about what is happening. Colonel Saab gave us a great and a brilliant analysis of why it is, of how it is happening, while we try and figure out why it's happening. As far as China is concerned, very, very simple. He doesn't care about Pakistan. He uses it as some kind of slave, and if a few slaves die in the process of whatever he's doing, it doesn't matter. What is his relationship with India? We don't trust him. He dislikes India because we are a barrier on his path to global domination. His enemy is the United States, and he sees India as an obstacle. So keep encouraging Pakistan to kind of make trouble for India. As far as Turkey is concerned, ma'am, there is this feeling in this buffoon's head, who's now the president, there's some chap called Darban, something like that we are the successors of the Ottomans. Remember that Babur, the first Mughal emperor, was also a Turkic-speaking fellow, also supposedly of Turkic origin. And thereafter, so they've said that we've ruled over the world, etc. He has these ideas. And now India is rightfully ours because Pakistan, which used to be a part of India, of British India, has acknowledged that I'm their god. They genuflect before me, so now why not India? And we, of course, told him where to get off. So Turkey doesn't like us at all. And we are now giving it right back to him that it takes two to tango. With Greece, for example, ma'am, our bilateral trade is only about $2 or $2.5 billion. Not very much. We export aluminium, fish, and whatever. They send us a few things. But the big thing now is the defense component. This is truly rattling the Turks. Otherwise, what do the Turks have to do with Pakistan? Except for the fact, initially the Pakistanis said, oh, guys, we are all Arabs. The Arabs said, get lost, you're not. Then said, oh, we are Central Asians. Central Asians said, go away, you are not. Okay, we are Turks. Then Turkey said, as long as you're willing to accept that you are my slaves, you can claim Turkish origin. This is where we are at the moment. We are giving it right back, not just in diplomatic terms, through Cyprus, etc., with Prime Minister looking at that part of Cyprus that is occupied by the Turks, but also through the defense deal. And this is a message to the world, ma'am. I say this very, very slowly. A message to the world. Don't mess with Bharat. Absolutely. Because we come back to you and we hit you harder than you will expect.
Ambassador Vora, always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for joining us with your insights, presented so precisely over there. Now, viewers, F-35B fighter, the curious case that continues. It's known as the stealth powerhouse. It has been stranded in Kerala for days now, the Royal Jet of United Kingdom. Now, all this started when the fighter jet had to make an emergency diversion to Thiruvananthapuram due to low fuel and bad weather conditions. This incident turned F-35 into a meme material as well, several calling it a royal mess. Now, grounded beast worth $100 million was unable to fly despite multiple repair attempts by UK defence crews. And the exit plan is dismantling the jets wing by wing, bolt by bolt, so that it can be airlifted on a C-17 Globemaster back home. The incident has done more than stall air traffic. It sparked a serious debate. Should India really invest in F-35 aircraft? Of course, this is the F-35B. What US is offering us is the other variant. But a jet that promises stealth but is proving to be fragile raises many questions. Some call it one-off glitch. Others see this as a cautionary tale about over-dependence, viewers, on foreign tech. And we, of course, have to understand that India has a choice to make. Viewers, this is not the first incident. That's why we are stressing on this. In 5 years, there have been major crashes reported with regards to F-35B. The first crash, September 2018. Reason? Faulty engine. In 2020, F-35B jet collided mid-air with pilot ejected with injuries. Then in 2022, F-35B crash landed during vertical landing test. Pilot ejected safely, though the aircraft was heavily damaged. Another crash in 2024, last year, fighter jet crashed into New Mexico en route 8 test assignment. Now recently, viewers, just this year, fighter jet crashed during training mission in Alaska. Pilot experienced in-flight malfunction. And the important part is that wherever it crashed, it was also found in time. Now this has raised concerns. F-35B, talking about this particular aircraft, has seen frequent mechanical failures, recurrent hydraulic leaks and engineer faults. Crashed 9 times in 5 years at least. A statistic that is clearly concerning. Another point is that in modern warfare, drones have proven more effective than the fighter jets. And this is the costliest fighter jet in the world. Viewers, we've seen the usage of drone in the Russia-Ukraine war with Israel-Iran conflict as well. So now, the question why we are talking about this is that the Trump administration, Trump himself, has been pushing India and many other countries to buy the F-35. Reason behind this? Competition with Russia. The US Congressional Research Service estimates India will spend $200 billion, 17 trillion rupees that is, on defense in the next decade. So Trump wants the US to secure a major share of this expenditure. So what other option India has, viewers, here other than F-35? This is Russia's Sukhoi, the Sukhoi 57. Viewers, we will talk about that. We will tell you, of course, why the Su-57 is important. But we also have a special guest joining us right now. Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava, defense expert, joins us. Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava, thanks so much once again for joining us on Forces First. So there's a lot of talk about F-35. It's called one of the deadliest, it's the most expensive, and we've seen Trump's sales pitch for the same. But, there have been many faults in the F-35. There are many hidden troubles. And now this, of course, comes as a case in point what has happened in Kerala. Sir, you feel that India should not really go with the F-35?
Rakshita, firstly, it's great being on your show. But let me tell you, I think we have turned lucky to see that site at Trivandrum. Because I had always said that why do we need F-35? It's such a costly aircraft. And what purpose will serve for a country like ours where we need to put $8 somewhere where it gives us good value for each rupee we spend in. And this money can be spent very wisely on our air defense system. So actually, this aircraft had, in fact, about 11 major incidents and 1 fatal. And the way this aircraft could not be retrieved tells that the generation of sortie, let's say we are in war situation, the aircraft's potency is known by the number of sorties it can generate per day. And that happens to be that you cannot retrieve it in so many weeks. So why do you need this kind of aircraft that you cannot really put into action again? So that is one point. Secondly, if you happen to buy this aircraft under some kind of political pressure, under some kind of geostrategic talk and all that, you will end up paying so much for each hour of flying. You will have come with, this aircraft will come with n number of strings attached to it because of ITAR, which is there. And your software, you will not know what software is there. It's a very software, very coded and very centric, software-centric aircraft. So in fact, if you ask me one simple answer to the great complex question, I would say instead, we should go in for pushing our own project, which is AMCA. We can wait and we need to strengthen our air defense system. You've seen through Op Sindoor that our air defense system, since it was strong, our populated areas, which has been mentioned, were not hit. We were able to stop the swarm of drones. We were able to stop the missiles and everything coming onto us.
Right.
And we know that they didn't come to us only with the help of one country. There were 3 countries who were fighting against us. We need to strengthen that very, very hard. And we need to come out with our own BrahMos 2 in a very fast track. And as long as our radars, air defense radars, and our ballistic missiles, other missiles are ready, including our stealth missiles, and we achieve hypersonic speeds, which we are achieving. India doesn't have any kind of ambitions to go over and grab other territories. For our kind of political dispensation, we need to strengthen our own air defense system, put the money over there, put our money, each rupee over there, and really avoid this. And numbers make a difference.
Right.
If you really ask me, I don't have the kind of time, I can tell you, if we have large number of 4.5 generation aircraft, our own aircraft, and Rafale included, we can really overwhelm the enemy. And as far as we are concerned, the way our terrain is, including Himalayas on north, and this side we have Pakistan. Pakistan doesn't really have strategic depth. Turkey is sitting somewhere, they can't send all the missiles and drones here. We can really intercept. So I feel buying F-35 at the cost of 110 million each aircraft, and its life cycle cost, you know how much? If you want to run it for 25 to 30 years, which it should minimum, we'll be spending another $110 million.
Right, sir.
And each something will take around 50.
Right, sir. Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava, thanks so much for joining us. We have to move on right now to the other big news from the world of defense for India. Viewers, the message is going out loud and clear. It goes 2,500 kilometers deep. We're talking about the Agni V, once a nuclear deterrent. It's now reborn as a bunker buster. You heard this word, this phrase during the Iran-Israel war. The DRDO now is developing a lethal indigenous bunker buster variant of the Agni V missile, a weapon that could obliterate underground enemy facilities deep beneath the mountains, concrete bunkers and fortified command centers. What sets this missile apart, viewers, is not just its raw destructive power, but its ability to travel at hypersonic speeds estimated between Mach 8 and Mach 20. That's nearly 10,000 to 24,500 kilometers per hour. At such speeds, enemy air defense systems become virtually useless. By the time detection happens, it's already too late. Pakistan has another reason to be scared, and this time it's because of Agni V. And remember, viewers, how Shahbaz Sharif's close aide just spoke about the fear that rattled Pakistan because of the BrahMos, and this is even deadlier. So Agni V, this is something that Pakistan has all the reasons to fear, and India is eyeing deeper targets now. So this is the Agni V unleashed, viewers. This is India's possible answer to United States' mother of all bombs. We heard about the bunker buster, the case of Fordo, the underground nuclear facility. Of course, there are reports that come in that US did not really destroy that. Of course, there is a lot of doubts on that. But nevertheless, there is no doubt about the capabilities of the bunker buster. And remember, that is the bunker buster bomb. India is developing a bunker buster missile. So that is one stark difference. All right, viewers, now we shift our focus to the final segment. We deep dive now, viewers, into a transformative moment for India's defense landscape. A moment that not only fortifies our nation's security, but also redefines its place on the global stage. On 3rd of July, the Defense Acquisition Council, DAC, under the leadership of Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, approved a staggering 1.05 lakh crore rupee in capital acquisition proposals, a historic step towards modernizing our armed forces and cementing India's commitment to self-reliance through the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. This is more than a procurement milestone. It's a bold declaration of India's ambition to build a future where our defense capabilities are as indigenous as our resolve. So there you have what all India is looking at. Meticulously selected projects categorized under the Buy Indian IDDBM framework. Indigenously designed, developed and manufactured, they represent a seismic shift in how India equips its army, the navy and the air force. Cutting-edge armored recovery vehicles to advanced surface-to-air missiles, from electronic warfare systems to submersible autonomous vessels for the Navy. These acquisitions, viewers, are tailored to meet the challenges of modern warfare while reducing our dependence on foreign imports. And this comes in right after Operation Sindoor. The demand has increased, with over 99% of these projects sourced from the Indian industries. This decision is set to create thousands of jobs also and ignite technological innovation. A major boost, viewers, to Atmanirbharta in defense. All right, viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Forces First. Keep watching Republic TV. Jai Hind.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China.
भी गला करना चाहिए।
This week on Get Me Right, we put a searchlight on the plight of the Hindu community of Sindh in Pakistan. Their daily struggles just to be able to survive amid abductions, conversions and targeting of their women. Also, is China deliberately hitting India's food security by squeezing the supply of specialty fertilizers amid Kharif season? And if yes, do we have a way out? Is an experiment with genetically modified crops worth a shot to increase India's agricultural output? Join me this weekend only on Republic TV.
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking this Saturday with me, Oyana Mitra. We are continuing our coverage from Patna, where businessman Gopal Khemka has been shot dead. And now this case has sparked a massive political storm in the state just months ahead of the Bihar elections. So that and a lot more for you. But first, the headlines at 1 p.m. Businessman Gopal Khemka shot dead in Patna outside his residence by unknown miscreants. British Navy's F-35 jets stuck in Kerala may be dismantled and airlifted to the United Kingdom as repairs failed. A team from West Asia is set to arrive in Kerala tomorrow. Prime Minister Modi in Argentina meets Indian diaspora. Prime Minister Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister in 57 years to visit the country. Security forces launch massive search operation in Kathua. Suspected terrorist movements detected. After Karnataka has faced caste census sham exposed, BBMP suspends officer for negligence in survey sticker pasting task. All right, viewers, it's a massive crackdown against red terror in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. There's an encounter that has been underway, and we're learning that one Maoist has now been neutralized in this ongoing encounter between Dantewara Bijapur DRG forces and the Maoists in the forests of Indravati National Park, just on the border of Bijapur-Dantewara district. This is the latest that we are picking up as far as this encounter that started this morning between Maoists and security forces in the Bijapur district. And we believed earlier that 2 to 3 Maoists were trapped in the ongoing encounter. And this big breaking news that's now coming in that one Maoist has been neutralized while the encounter, I beg your pardon, 2 Maoists that have now been neutralized in this encounter. It's a big win for the security forces as the crackdown against the Red Corridor, Red Terror in the region continues. This part just comes just months after Operation Black Forest's massive success in the region in the fight against Maoist terrorists in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. And Bharat, my colleague, joins me live from Bijapur for more on the story. Bharat, tell us more about this operation. What is the latest that you're picking up as far as this encounter is concerned?
बिल्कुल, देखिए मैं आपको बता दूं, बीजापुर के जो इंद्रावती इलाके पड़ते हैं, जो नेशनल पार्क के अंतर्गत आते हैं, वो पूरा इलाका एक समय नक्सलियों का आरामदायक इलाका कहा जाता था। उस इलाके पे माओवादियों की मौजूदगी, यानी माओवादी पनाह लेते थे। उस इलाके पे अगर जवान पहुंच रहे हैं तो स्वाभाविक सी बात है, वैसे इलाके जिस इलाके पे सामान्य तौर पे सामान्य आदमी की आवाजाही नहीं होती थी, लेकिन बारिश का समय है, बारिश हो रहा है, नदी नाले उफान पर है। जिस इलाके पे इनकाउंटर और मुठभेड़ चल रही है, वो पूरा इलाका ऐसा इलाका है, नदी नाले से उफान पर रहता। उस इलाके पे बारिश के समय सामान्य तौर पे आदमी नहीं जा सकता। ऐसे में जिस तरीके से देश के गृह मंत्री ने जो डेडलाइन तय किया है, 31 मार्च 2026 तक माओवाद का समाप्त कर देंगे। हाल ही के दिनों में छत्तीसगढ़ दौरे पे थे अमित शाह, तो उस दरमियान उन्होंने एक बात कही थी कि बड़ी बात कही थी, फोर्स अब रुकने वाली नहीं है, चाहे बारिश हो, चाहे आंधी हो, चाहे तूफान हो, जिसके तर्ज पे अब फोर्स काम करेगी। अब ऐसे इलाकों को भी लेके, जिन इलाकों पे माओवादियों की मौजूदगी है, उन इलाकों पे भी घुसेगी, जिसके तर्ज पे अब बड़ा ऑपरेशन देखा जा रहा है। छोटी मोटी ऑपरेशन नहीं, बड़े कैडर के जो नक्सली हैं, माओवादी हैं, उनकी मौजूदगी, उनकी आमद उस इलाके पे थी, नेशनल एरिया के अंतर्गत उन इलाकों पे थी, जिसकी सूचना पे पुलिस की जो एक टुकड़ी है उस इलाके पे निकली थी। डीआरजी एसटीएफ के जो पुलिस बल के जो संयुक्त बल है वो उस इलाके पे निकली थी। जब उस इलाके पे निकली गई तो लोकेशन लिया गया, उस लोकेशन के तर्ज पे ऑपरेशन जो है वो चलता गया। माओवादी जो है वो हावी होने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, गोलीबारी कर रहे थे, जवानों को नुकसान पहुंचाने के अलग अलग तरीके से गोली का इस्तेमाल कर रहे थे, बंदूक से फायरिंग कर रहे थे। तड़तड़ाहट की जो गोली की आवाज है सरहदी इलाके तक पहुंच रही थी, जिसकी मुंह तोड़ जवाब देते हुए जवान जो है वहां पे एलओ लेते हैं। लोकेशन लेने के बावजूद अब वो मुंह तोड़ जवाब देते हुए उस इलाके पे नजर आते हैं। या एक वजह माना जा रहा है कि एक माओवादियों का जो शव है वो रिकवर कर दिया गया है। बड़ी अपडेट मैं आपको बता दूं, रिपब्लिक भारत में एक्सक्लूसिव आपको बता दूं कि एक माओवादी नहीं है, बहुत से माओवादी मारे जाने की खबर आ रही है, लेकिन इस पर अभी तक आधिकारिक तौर पर पुष्टि नहीं हुई है। एक नक्सली का शव बरामद हो गया, इसलिए कहा जा रहा है पुलिस के अधिकारियों के द्वारा कि एक नक्सली जो डेड है, लेकिन कुछ देर के बाद स्पष्ट हो पाएगा कि कितने नक्सली डेड है, किन किन घटनाओं पर शामिल थे, क्या क्या एक्टिविटीज करते थे, किन किन एक्टिविटीज में वो इन्वॉल्व थे, कितने बड़े बड़े घटनाओं पे वो शामिल थे। ये तो आने वाला वक्त ही बता पाएगा, लेकिन अभी भी उस इलाके पे इनकाउंटर चल रहा है। बहुत बड़ी तादाद में माओवादियों की मौजूदगी है। ऑपरेशन थमने का नाम नहीं ले रहा है, बारिश हो रही है या आंधी आ रही है, लगातार ऑपरेशन चल रही है उस पूरे इलाके पे। नेशनल एरिया वो इलाका कहा जाता है, नक्सलियों का आरामदायक इलाका भी कहा जाता है। एक बार आपने देखा कि पहले एक बार और नेशनल एरिया में इनकाउंटर हो चुकी है, बड़ी तादाद में माओवादियों को पुलिस के जवानों ने ढेर किया था। लेकिन 2 दिन पहले छत्तीसगढ़ के गृह मंत्री बीजापुर पहुंचे थे और उन्होंने कहा था कि जवानों की भुजाओं की ताकत है, जवान चाहे तो 1 महीने में नक्सली खत्म कर सकते हैं। लेकिन शांति वार्ता की पहल को लेके वो आदेश और कानूनी जो रहता है वैधानिक तौर पे वो उसका अनुशंसा ना करके, वे उसको गलत तरीके से काम ना करते हुए उसके दायरे पर रहकर वो नियम के तहत काम कर रहे हैं, ताकि किसी भी तरीके से कोई आम आदमी को क्षति ना पहुंचे। यह भी एक मौजा माना जाता है। लेकिन अब जिस तरीके से ऑपरेशन
Right. All right, Bharat, many thanks for giving us those details. Viewers, you heard it from my colleague. The encounter is still underway as we speak, and of course, this is something that we're tracking very closely. But for the moment, we shift focus to more breaking news coming in from Telangana and its Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, whose comments have now sparked a massive political row in the political landscape. In fact, the Chief Minister has defended the Congress government's decision to name canteens after late former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, citing her contributions to welfare schemes and development initiatives. He has in fact emphasized that Indira Gandhi's policies have enlightened the lives of the poor and the current government's welfare schemes are inspired by her vision. He further said that those who are protesting against this should be stripped and thrashed. That is a controversial statement that has been made by the Telangana Chief Minister. Let's in fact take a listen in to that complete statement.
ఇందరమ్మ ఆనాడు తెచ్చిన సంక్షేమము అభివృద్ధి ఈ రోజు పేదవాళ్ళ జీవితాల్లో వెలుగులను నింపింది. అందుకే ఈ రోజు ఏ సంక్షేమ పథకానికైనా ఇందరమ్మ పేరు మనం పెడుతున్నాం. హైదరాబాద్ నగరంలో పేదవాళ్ళకు 5 రూపాయల భోజనం పెట్టాలని, పేదవాళ్ళకు కూలి పోయే వాళ్ళకు పొద్దున్నే టిఫిన్ చేయడానికి క్యాంటీన్లు పెట్టి ఇందరమ్మ పేరు పెడితే ఈ తలమాచిన దద్దమ్మలు సోయిలేనోళ్ళు ఇందిరమ్మ పేరు పెడతారని ధర్నా చేసిరు. ఒక్కనొక్కని బట్టలిప్పదీసి కొడితే తప్ప ఇందిరమ్మ గొప్పతనం వాళ్ళకు అర్థం కాదు అని చెప్పి నేను ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తున్న మిత్రులారా.
It's truly shameful the kind of language that this Chief Minister has been using against the people, who protest democratically. Srimati Indira Gandhi could have been a great leader. I don't know much about her. I haven't seen her in my lifetime. Now, if this Honorable Chief Minister wants to score brownie points with Mr. Rahul Gandhi, this whole changing the name spree that he started indulging in, renaming TS to TG and started, renaming a lot of institutions as well. And now all of a sudden, Annapurna canteen, which was launched about 8 years ago by Shri KCR. Now, Annapurna is not a leader of the BRS party or not a political figure. Annapurna in Telugu, it really means a mother who feeds a child. Now, that kind of a name, to be changed for no good reason, just to please his bosses, is something that, as it is truly a very, very disrespectful decision. And on top of that, to comment against the people of our party and others who have basically protested the name change is even more shameful. If this pay CM wants to score brownie points with Mr. Rahul Gandhi, he can change his own name. अपना नाम रेवंत रेड्डी से बदल के जवाहर रेड्डी या राजीव रेड्डी रख ले, हमें कोई तकलीफ नहीं है। बट आज इंदिरा जी को बदनाम करके, कांग्रेस पार्टी के लीडरों को बदनाम करके आज क्या हासिल कर रहे हैं हमें तो नहीं समझ।
All right, Aneri, my colleague, joins me live from Hyderabad. Aneri, tell us more details about this entire controversy, especially the renaming of all these canteens. And of course, the Chief Minister is facing a lot of backlash for his comments, wherein he's saying that protesters must be stripped and thrashed to understand just how great Indira Gandhi was.
We see is that Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has now sparked a controversy over a comment which he has made while addressing the Congress party workers, and this comes at the time when the Congress government and the GHMC plans to rename the Annapurna canteen to Indiramma canteen, and we had seen that earlier there were protests that had taken place over renaming this Annapurna canteen to Indiramma canteen by the BRS cadres, and they have been opposing the renaming, and now we see that Revanth Reddy has very clearly stated that to make them understand the greatness of Indira Gandhi, one needs to be stripped and thrashed. A clear warning, a stern, strong words being used by the Chief Minister has definitely now snowballed, where we see that the BRS working president KTR has also now slammed Revanth Reddy for using such words he has been on the post of the Chief Minister, and now we see that KTR has slammed Revanth Reddy, saying that just to please his top bosses like Rahul Gandhi, he is using such doing such things like renaming the Annapurna canteen to Indiramma canteen, and now we see that how this has turned out into a massive controversy, where Chief Minister was seen using the words like stripped and thrashed to make them understand the greatness of Indira Gandhi.
Yes. All right, Aneri, thank you for tracking that story very closely for us. For the moment, viewers, we shift to breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where a terror hideout has now been busted in the Surankot area of Poonch. And we're learning that 3 grenades and a huge cache of ammunition and arms have been recovered. And this contains about 14 AK rounds, 6 pistol rounds, 5 pencil cells, a wire cutter, a multi-data cable connector, a multi-purpose knife, a common iron rod, and a paint box has also been recovered by our forces. So this is the latest breaking news that we're tracking in from the valley, and those are the visuals of the same from your screen. It's a massive terror hideout that has been busted by our security forces in the crackdown against terror that continues in the valley. And Gursimran Singh, my colleague, joins me live for more on this story. Gursimran, the visuals are on our screens. Tell us more about this operation, and what do we know about the latest as far as terror hideouts and the movement of terrorists in the Poonch area is concerned?
It was based on a specific intelligence input that was generated by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and along with the Indian Army, they have recovered a huge cache of terror hideout. This includes 3 grenades along with 14 rounds of AK, 6 rounds of pistol and other ammunition. That includes the multi-wire cutters, multi-purpose knives have been recovered from this terror hideout. Now, large-scale search operations have been launched in the area, because this area of the Surankot, this is very close to the track, to the route of the Buddha Amarnath Yatra, which is a highly revered shrine in the Mandi area of Poonch that is all set to start from 27th of this month. So keeping that in view, there was some intelligence input with the Jammu and Kashmir police, based on which a joint operation was launched and the recovery has been made. As we speak, the senior officials are also on the ground, and now the searches have been extended in the nearby area. This is in the Behramgala area of the Surankot, that has been one of those areas where the terrorist presence has been there, and there are credible inputs with the agencies, and that's why nothing is being ruled out. And as we speak, the searches are underway in the Behramgala area. But this recovery also shows that the forces are on the highest of the alertness, and any threat that is being posed by the adversary is totally being countered by the security force. And ahead of the Buddha Amarnath Yatra that is there in the Poonch district, the forces are maintaining the highest of the alertness.
Right. Yes. Absolutely, Gursimran, thank you for giving us those details. These are crucial details that we're picking up as the Amarnath Yatra continues in the valley. Now, viewers, let's take a very quick check of everything else that is making news across the country. This is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank.
Together, we can.
Security has been tightened for the Bahuda Yatra. 100 police platoons, RAF, ODRAF and Coast Guard officials have been deployed. High security measures have been taken to avoid any mishaps. Celebrations have been lined up as Tibetan spiritual leader Dalai Lama will celebrate his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju is also on the list of attendees. Flash floods have been reported across Mandi. Locals have been rushed to aid affected families with ration and first aid kits. Chief Minister Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu has announced relief and packages worth 5,000 rupees for rental assistance. Punjab police has busted a Pakistan-Malaysian drug ring. The network from Dubai to Pakistan is still being investigated. The recovered Glock pistols and heroin and 6 people have been arrested for other drugs and hawala money. Alright viewers, now a story that we've been tracking from Bihar's Patna, that is the Bihar capital, very closely. Late last evening, businessman Gopal Khemka was shot dead just outside of his apartment by unknown assailants. Now, a CCTV footage has captured the chilling murder of Gopal Khemka, who was a well-known businessman leader from Bihar. He was shot dead just outside his home, and the clip shows a man wearing a blue shirt and a black helmet standing outside his home. He'll very likely recce the area before Khemka's arrival. And in just a few seconds, 2 cars arrived waiting for the guard to open the iron gate. The first car was driven by Khemka himself, while the second car behind him was driven by another man. And as the businessman was waiting, the accused ran towards him, shot him in his car and fled the scene on his bike. The incident took place near the Panache Hotel in the Gandhi Maidan police station area. This is a case that has come to light from Bihar's Patna, and it has triggered a massive political storm. And this man, Gopal Khemka, is a Patna-based industrialist, viewers. He is the owner of the Magad Hospital. He was shot dead late last night near his apartment. And this comes just about 6 to 7 years after his son Gunjan Khemka was murdered in a similar fashion. And the police has now launched a manhunt for the killers. A special investigation team has been formed to investigate the case. And the killing has sparked massive alarm among the business community and also triggered a political storm. You have leaders from the RJD and independent MP Pappu Yadav, who was at the spot late last night, in fact going on to say, questioning the law and order situation in Bihar just months of the Bihar elections, and questioning the Nitish Kumar government over the despicable state of what he claims is the despicable state of law and order in Bihar. We have some reactions coming in, political reactions on the case. Let's take a listen in.
अभी मुझे मतलब सुबह ही पता चला, मेरे पास कोई शब्द नहीं है, मैं कैसे दुख व्यक्त करूं, शोक संतप्त परिवार को संवेदनाएं दे सकता हूं। और मैं ये आशा करता हूं कि जो भी कानून के तहत कार्रवाई है वो यथाशीघ्र होगी, सख्ती के साथ होगी और ऐसी कार्रवाई होगी कि आगे ऐसे अपराध करने की हिम्मत ना हो लोग किसी। ये भी मुझे पता चला, बहुत अफसोस है भाई, बहुत अफसोस है।
All right, let's slip into a very short break. But on the other side, security forces have launched massive search operations in Kathua. Suspected terrorist movement has been detected. And also tracking for you, after Karnataka's fake caste census sham has been exposed, the BBMP has suspended an officer for negligence in the survey sticker pasting task. Tracking that and a lot more for you. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we take a very short break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. This rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out.
This is not...
All right, and more news from Jammu and Kashmir. A major accident has been reported from Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban area, where multiple buses carrying pilgrims en route to the Amarnath Yatra collided, and we're learning that at least 36 of these pilgrims have been injured. But rescue teams have been swiftly mobilized to the spot, and all the injured pilgrims have been now shifted to the hospital. Here's a very quick report on the story. Take a look.
A convoy of Amarnath Yatra buses met with an accident in Ramban. 5 buses collided near the Chandrakot Langar site. The accident happened due to brake failure in one of the buses. 36 yatris were injured in the pile-up incident. Police and health teams rushed to the site immediately. Rescue and relief operations were quickly launched. Injured pilgrims were shifted to District Hospital, Ramban. The buses were part of the Pahalgam-bound Amarnath Yatra convoy. Authorities are investigating the cause of the brake failure. The Yatra continues with additional safety checks in place.
Number of people that have been injured has risen to 36. That is what we are getting the confirmation from the officials of the Jammu and Kashmir government, that there have been 36 injuries to the pilgrims that were travelling in these buses that were heading from the Bhagwati Nagar base camp of Jammu to the Pahalgam base of the Amarnath Yatra. These Pahalgam bound buses, they were actually at halt at the Langar site in the Chandrakot, when one of the bus that was approaching them, the driver lost the control. Possibly what is being said is due to the mechanical failure, the brake failure that has taken place, and he collided with 4 other buses, in which the driver of the bus, he has some head injuries, we are told, and other 35 passengers have also been injured. So we spoke to the officials in the J&K government. They are telling us that all of the injureds, they are out of danger. There have not been any serious injuries, is what they are telling us. And now what is happening, that the injureds are being treated, and very soon the alternate buses arrangement will be made, and these 36 passengers will too be sent to the Pahalgam base camp.
All right, it's time for a very short commercial break. But on the other side, businessman Gopal Khemka shot dead in Patna outside his residence by unknown miscreants. We're tracking that very closely for you. And also, British Navy's F-35 jet has been stuck in Kerala and it may be dismantled and airlifted to the United Kingdom as repairs have failed. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you more on those stories.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of intelligence gathering activities were on earlier also, but they were not very organized on military scale. You see, earlier we had some satellites which ISRO had launched. We had cartograph series of satellites. We had reset.
This week on Get Me Right, we put a searchlight on the plight of the Hindu community of Sindh in Pakistan. Their daily struggles just to be able to survive amid abductions, conversions and targeting of their women. Also, is China deliberately hitting India's food security by squeezing the supply of specialty fertilizers amid Kharif season? And if yes, do we have a way out? Is an experiment with genetically modified crops worth a shot to increase India's agricultural output? Join me this weekend only on Republic TV.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. After winding up his trip to Ghana, Trinidad and Tobago, now the Prime Minister is in Argentina. Focus is on Milei and Modi talks, and the talks will focus on the lithium extraction as well as critical minerals as well, because Argentina is part of the mineral troika. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Businessman Gopal Khemka shot dead in Patna outside his residence by unknown assailant. British Navy's F-35B fighter jet stuck in Kerala may be dismantled and airlifted to UK as repairs failed. A team is set to arrive tomorrow. PM Modi in Argentina meets Indian diaspora. PM Modi, first Indian Prime Minister in 57 years to visit Argentina. Security forces launch search operations in Kathua. Suspected terrorist movement detected. After Karnataka's fake caste census sham was exposed, BBMP suspends officer for negligence. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. Workers of Raj Thakrae's party MNS vandalized Sushil Keda's office. MNS party workers pelted stones. And we are awaiting more details, but these are the pictures of how MNS workers are vandalizing Sushil Keda's office. And this in Mumbai. There you can see how MNS workers are pelting stones at Sushil Keda's office. The office is completely vandalized. The glass doors have been completely shattered. And this happened earlier today. The police investigation is currently underway. There you can see the security personnel trying to intervene, but to no avail. These MNS workers are not stopping their act of vandalism. And there you can see, this is Sushil Keda's office, at which MNS workers, the same workers belonging to Raj Thakrae's party, pelted stones at Sushil Keda's office in Mumbai. Satya Prakash is joining us live. Satya Prakash, tell us why exactly this incident of vandalism took place and what is the motive behind the stone pelting?
देखिए 2 घंटा पहले ही मनसे कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे थे दीपक, और यहाँ पर जो सुशील केडिया के ऑफिस के बाहर यहाँ पत्थरबाजी किए और यहाँ पे नारियल फेंक के गए। मुंबई पुलिस की टीम, तस्वीरें देखिए कि मुंबई पुलिस की टीम पहुंची हुई है। मुंबई पुलिस ने यहाँ पे सुरक्षा व्यवस्था बढ़ा दिया है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से सुशील केडिया के ऑफिस के बाहर यहाँ पे आके हंगामा किया, उसके बाद मुंबई पुलिस यहाँ पे अलर्ट हो गई है और यहाँ पे सुरक्षा व्यवस्था बढ़ा दिया है। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे मुंबई पुलिस की तैनाती किया गया है। ये विवाद जो है हिंदी और मराठी को लेकर विवाद था। सुशील केडिया ने ट्वीट किया था एक्स पर कि 30 साल से मुंबई में रहते हैं, लेकिन हिंदी, अंग्रेजी और मराठी जानते हैं, लेकिन अब मराठी नहीं सीखेंगे, ये चेतावनी देते हुए कहा था। इसके बाद मनसे के कार्यकर्ता और नेताओं के बीच में उनका बयान चल रहा था और विवाद बढ़ता गया। तो कहीं न कहीं आज सुबह तकरीबन 11 बजे यहाँ पे मनसे कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे और यहाँ पर हंगामा किए, नारेबाजी किए, नारियल फेंके। इसके बाद यहाँ पे मुंबई पुलिस की टीम पहुंची हुई है और इस मामले की जाँच कर रही है। लेकिन जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में लगातार हिंदी बनाम मराठी का विवाद बढ़ता जा रहा है, तूल पकड़ता जा रहा है, जिस तरह से मीरा रोड में एक व्यापारी को मारा गया, राजस्थानी व्यापारी था, उसको मारा गया, वहाँ प्रोटेस्ट हुआ। उसके बाद महाराष्ट्र सरकार की तरफ से एक बयान आया और महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री ने साफ तौर से कहा है कि अगर कोई भी कानून हाथ में लेता है तो कानूनी रूप से उसके पर कड़ी कार्रवाई किया जाएगा, बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। फिलहाल मुंबई पुलिस की यहाँ पे टीम पहुँची हुई है और यहाँ पे सुरक्षा व्यवस्था के लिए मौजूद है, क्योंकि जो है थोड़ी देर पे दूरी पर ही यहाँ पे जो राज ठाकरे और उद्धव ठाकरे कार्यक्रम चल रहा है, वहाँ पे मनसे के कार्यकर्ता और शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे गुट के कार्यकर्ता वहाँ मौजूद है। हो सकता है यहाँ पे आके हंगामा करे, इसीलिए मुंबई पुलिस ने यहाँ पे सुरक्षा व्यवस्था बढ़ा दिया है। और पूरे मुंबई और महाराष्ट्र में जहाँ पर भी ये भाषा का विवाद हो रहा है, महाराष्ट्र पुलिस और मुंबई पुलिस के साफ तौर से सरकार की तरफ से निर्देश दिए गए हैं कि अगर कोई भी कानून हाथ में लेता है तो उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। फिलहाल सुशील केडिया ने एक ट्वीट किया है वीडियो और खुद इस मामले को लेकर सफाई देते हुए नजर आए हैं और उन्होंने कहा कि जो मराठी को लेकर हमने बातें कही है वापस लेता हूँ। फिलहाल कहीं न कहीं यहाँ पर जो वर्ली में सुशील केडिया का ऑफिस है, वहाँ पे सुरक्षा व्यवस्था बढ़ा दिया है और मुंबई पुलिस जो लोग यहाँ पत्थरबाजी किए थे, हंगामा किए थे, उनकी तलाश शुरू कर दिया है। दीपक।
Right, many thanks for joining me, Satya Vijay. That was the latest ground report. But Satya Vijay, also tell me, what was that statement that has enraged these MNS workers? Because this is not the only such incident. Over the last couple of days, we've seen how MNS workers have been seen assaulting people. And now this incident of stone pelting has further attracted a lot of political outrage against the MNS.
देखिए दीपक, महाराष्ट्र में लगातार ऐसे मामले आ रहे हैं, चाहे मीरा रोड की बात करें, चाहे थाने में बात किया जाए, वहाँ पर हिंदी और बनाम मराठी का मुद्दा चला और इसके बाद जिस तरह से हिंदी भाषी लोग को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, उसको लेकर कहीं के महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने सख्त आदेश दिया है। मुख्यमंत्री ने सख्त आदेश दिया है मुंबई पुलिस को, महाराष्ट्र पुलिस को निर्देश दिया है कि कोई भी कानून हाथ में लेता है तो उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। जिस तरह से भाषा के नाम पर राजनीति चल रहा है, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में महानगर पालिका के चुनाव होने वाले हैं, कहीं न कहीं मराठी बनाम हिंदी का मामला तूल पकड़ता जा रहा है और इसको मुद्दा बनाया जा रहा है। राज ठाकरे की पार्टी मनसे द्वारा, शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे की पार्टी शिवसेना द्वारा लगातार ये विवाद बढ़ता जा रहा है महाराष्ट्र में। लेकिन सरकार की तरफ से साफ तौर से निर्देश दिया है कि मराठी का हम इज्जत करते हैं, मराठी हमारी प्राथमिक भाषा है, लेकिन मराठी भाषा के नाम से कोई राजनीति करता, कोई तोड़फोड़ करता या कोई कानून हाथ में लेता है तो उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। सरकार की तरफ से साफ निर्देश दिया है। और यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं कि मुंबई पुलिस की टीम पहुंची हुई है और यहाँ पे सुरक्षा के लिए तैनात किया है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से विवाद बढ़ा है उसके बाद यहाँ पर आगे कुछ ना हो इसके देखते यहाँ सुरक्षा व्यवस्था बढ़ाया है। दीपक।
Right, Satyaprakash, thank you for joining us with those details. Let's now shift our focus to more breaking news coming in from Kathua, because search operations have been launched after a communication set was suspected to be intercepted by our forces. And this communication set of terrorists was intercepted by our forces today. And Jammu and Kashmir Police, Indian Army along with CRPF are carrying out searches in the area. Gursimran is live with us. Gursimran, tell us about the search operations that are currently underway in Kathua. What was that communication set that was intercepted?
See, Deepak, it's mid-afternoon and the search operations are continuing in the upper reaches of Najot. It is close to the Sukrala Mata temple in the Bhilwara area of Kathua, where the operations have been launched by the Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police and the CRPF. What we are picking up that it was yesterday late afternoon when the intercepts were received by the Indian Army and were shared by the Jammu and Kashmir Police and the CRPF regarding the communication of the suspected terrorists that was picked up, after which the security forces have launched an operation, and as we speak the search operations are underway. This is the same area, be it the Panchtirthi or Safen, where we saw the major terror encounters taking place in which 2 Jaish terrorists were killed, but unfortunately 4 brave hearts of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, including a head constable, made the supreme sacrifice while fighting with the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. So this area has the presence of the terrorists. This cannot be ruled out, and that's why we are witnessing the intensified search operations that are underway, because these upper reaches, they connect further to the Udhampur and then upper reaches of the Doda via Chhatragala. This continues to be a cause of concern for the security forces, and we are witnessing the intensified operations that are underway, Deepak.
Right, Gursimran, thank you for joining us with those details. Now, and some more news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir viewers. An assistant executive engineer from the Jal Shakti department has gone missing under mysterious circumstances in Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban district. His vehicle, however, was found abandoned near the Chenab River, triggering a search operation. Here's a quick report on what exactly happened.
An assistant executive engineer goes missing in Ramban. Missing officer identified as Parvez Ahmed Wani. Wani was posted in the Gul subdivision of Ramban. His car was found abandoned near the Chenab River. Vehicle was discovered parked along the river banks. Security forces and local teams rushed to the spot. A major search operation has been launched in the area. Circumstances around the disappearance remain suspicious. Authorities are exploring all possible angles. The incident has raised serious concerns in the region.
Moving on, viewers, CCTV footage has surfaced after the chilling murder of Patna-based industrialist businessman Gopal Khemka, a well-known businessman in Bihar. Khemka was shot dead by a man outside his apartment on the intervening night of Friday and Saturday. The clip shows a man wearing a blue shirt and a helmet standing outside, essentially waiting for Khemka to arrive. And as soon as Khemka's convoy arrives, the man in the blue shirt gets off his bike, closes in to Gopal Khemka's car, fires shots, and then he escapes on his bike. This is the clinching CCTV visual that we have accessed. There you can see the man, as soon as Khemka's convoy arrived, he rushes towards the car and then fires a couple of shots at Khemka, who was inside that particular car, and then he escapes from the spot on his two-wheeler. The police have taken stock of the CCTV footage and are now trying to analyze this particular video to ascertain the identity of the assailant.
अभी मुझे मतलब सुबह ही पता चला, मेरे पास कुछ शब्द नहीं है, मैं कैसे दुख व्यक्त करूं, शोक संतप्त परिवार को संवेदनाएं दे सकता हूं, और मैं ये आशा करता हूं कि जो भी कानून के तहत कार्रवाई है वो यथाशीघ्र होगी, सख्ती के साथ होगी, और ऐसी कार्रवाई होगी कि आगे ऐसे अपराधों करने की हिम्मत ना हो लोग किसी। ये भी मुझे पता चला, बहुत अफसोस है भाई, बहुत अफसोस है।
6 साल पहले इनके बेटे की हत्या जमीन माफियाओं ने की थी, उद्भेदन नहीं हुआ, सर दबा दिया गया। 6 साल बाद फिर जमीन माफियाओं ने, इन पर प्रेशर था इनके अस्पताल को नीलाम और दे देने की। कौन कौन लोग थे इसमें क्या वरिष्ठ पदाधिकारी?
अच्छा, इसमें जमीन माफिया का इन्वॉल्वमेंट?
सर तो ये अपराधी हैं, इतने बड़े समाज सेवी, इतने बड़े दुनिया को मदद करने वाले, ये बालू और शराब जमीन माफिया हैं।
कौन जमीन माफिया का प्रेशर है?
जमीन 2-3 पदाधिकारी और 4 नेता। सर जमीन का कारोबार तो पदाधिकारी माफिया नेता के मिली भगत से न चलता है। कुछ लोगों को पुलिसिंग में भरोसा नहीं है, कुछ लोगों को चुपचाप जमीन कब्जा कैसे होगा, किसका होगा, उसको मरवाते रहो। सर कॉल डिटेल निकालिए, इनका भी, जमीन कारोबारियों का भी, पहले जो घटना घटी उसका भी, सर कॉल डिटेल निकालिए।
Moving on, viewers, Union Minister of Commerce and Trade Piyush Goyal has asserted that India will not sign a trade deal based on a timeline but will set its own terms to negotiate an agreement. His comments came ahead of July 9th deadline by US when the pause on retaliatory tariffs will expire. Let's listen in to Piyush Goyal.
भारत अपने शर्तों पर चर्चा करता है, अलग अलग देशों के साथ चर्चा चल रही है, यूरोपियन यूनियन हो, न्यूजीलैंड हो, ओमान हो, यूएसए हो, चिली हो, पेरू हो, कई देशों के साथ एग्रीमेंट की बात चल रही है। फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट तभी संभव होता है जब दो तरफा फायदा हो, इट शुड बी अ विन विन एग्रीमेंट, और जब भारत के इंटरेस्ट को सुरक्षित रखते हुए, नेशनल इंटरेस्ट विल ऑलवेज बी सुप्रीम, वो ध्यान में रखते हुए अच्छा अगर डील बनती है तो भारत तो विकसित देशों के साथ डील करने के लिए कभी भी तैयार है। भारत कभी कोई ट्रेड डील डेडलाइन या समय सीमा के आधार पर कभी नहीं करता है। जब डील अच्छी बन जाए, पूरी तरीके से पक जाए और देश हित में हो, तब उसको हम स्वीकार करते हैं। भारत अपने शर्तों पर चर्चा करता है, अलग अलग देशों के साथ चर्चा चल रही है, यूरोपियन यूनियन हो, न्यूजीलैंड हो, ओमान हो, यूएसए हो, चिली हो, पेरू हो, कई देशों के साथ एग्रीमेंट की बात चल रही है। फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट तभी संभव होता है जब दो तरफा फायदा हो, इट शुड बी अ विन विन एग्रीमेंट, और जब भारत के इंटरेस्ट को सुरक्षित रखते हुए, नेशनल इंटरेस्ट विल ऑलवेज बी सुप्रीम, वो ध्यान में रखते हुए अच्छा अगर डील बनती है तो भारत तो विकसित देशों के साथ डील करने के लिए कभी भी तैयार है। भारत कभी कोई ट्रेड डील डेडलाइन या समय सीमा के आधार पर कभी नहीं करते। जब डील अच्छी बन जाए, पूरी तरीके से पक जाए और देश हित में हो, तब उसको हम स्वीकार करते हैं।
We have some big breaking news coming in. Viewers, UK-based arms consultant Sanjay Bhandari has been declared fugitive economic offender on ED's plea by Special Delhi Court, and the officials have confirmed it. A UK-based arms dealer and defense sector consultant who fled India in 2016 amid investigations by CBI and Enforcement Directorate into alleged money laundering, black money and defense contracts. He initially found refuge in the UK after bail and extradition hearings in 2020. And now he has been declared as a fugitive economic offender on ED's plea, and the declaration came from a special Delhi court. The officials have also confirmed Sanjay Bhandari is now declared a fugitive economic offender. And this is a huge Republic impact, viewers. In February 2025, the UK High Court denied India's extradition request, stating that Bhandari would face real risk of extortion, threats or violence. And it also highlighted a systemic problem, saying that there won't be any permission for extradition. But now that he has been declared as a fugitive economic offender, the extradition is also on the cards. The court in Delhi has declared Sanjay Bhandari as a fugitive economic offender. That's the big breaking news that we are tracking at the moment, and it has been a tumultuous effort by the Enforcement Directorate to get the fugitive economic offender tag against Sanjay Bhandari's name, because the Enforcement Directorate had earlier faced an extradition setback, and the ED has pivoted using the Fugitive Economic Offenders Act, under which those absconding to evade prosecution with 100 crore plus involved in alleged offences can have assets seized globally. So in April, the Enforcement Directorate filed in Delhi to declare Bhandari a fugitive economic offender, a move that would allow Enforcement Directorate and would allow international asset attachments even without conviction. Now the Delhi court has declared Sanjay Bhandari as a fugitive economic offender. That's the latest update, and this is a massive Republic impact. We also have Niranjan Narayan Swamy, our executive editor, joining us live on this broadcast. Niranjan, this is a huge Republic impact. ED's extradition setback. After that, now Enforcement Directorate's plea has been acknowledged by the Delhi court. Sanjay Bhandari has been declared a fugitive economic offender. Tell us more.
Very, very big development. And, we were the only network, in fact, that tracked him down. It was Shravan Sen, who went to London, who traveled to London and exposed Sanjay Bhandari. He was the first journalist from India and the only journalist globally to reveal the role of arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari, and the fact that some of his shady dealings in India came under the scanner only after our investigation, after we tracked him down. And it was only after that testing operation is when, our agencies even pursued Sanjay Bhandari in the first place. Now, a few weeks back, Sanjay Bhandari had opposed the Enforcement Directorate plea to declare him a fugitive. He had called his stay in, illegal, in UK illegal. Arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari had opposed the Enforcement Directorate, before a Delhi court. And the ED has been trying to declare him a fugitive in connection with the black money case, claiming that his stay in the UK was legal, since his extradition to India was denied by the London High Court. So that's the argument that India had used in the past to declare him a fugitive. Now, Sanjay Bhandari, of course, in the past few years has been trying to desperately stall his extradition while making submissions before different courts, through his lawyers. And as recently as in April this year, he claimed that the ED's application was vague, misplaced, and without jurisdiction. And he tried to challenge some of the requirements of the Fugitive Offenders Act. Now, in UK, the High Court of Justice had gone on to allow Sanjay Bhandari's appeal against an extradition, and he bought some time because he's been facing charges of tax evasion, money laundering, and he had also spoken about Bihar jail, saying that he would be at real risk of extortion, threats, and actual violence by prisoners in Bihar jail. So this was his petition. Now, as far as Sanjay Bhandari is concerned, he's wanted in India. He's connected to several political parties, to several political players. He's an arms dealer who's involved in several black money cases. And from the breaking news updates that we've just picked up, it appears that he has now been declared, an fugitive economic offender on the ED's plea by the Special Delhi Court. So it's perhaps one step closer that India is getting to extradite him back to India as well.
Also, Niranjan, now that the Delhi court has declared him as a fugitive economic offender, does this empower the Enforcement Directorate to seize his international assets as well?
Well, that's been the whole motive of our agencies, to track him down, to investigate him, and look at the role that Sanjay Bhandari has played in the past. You will see that there were several pictures that Republic also put out. Sanjay Bhandari has been a middleman. He fled to UK following a money laundering case, and he sought bail. And he, in several pictures, you can also see him. In one of the pictures when we broke the story, one of the only pictures we tracked him down was a picture, of him speaking to Robert Vadra. So we don't know whether he's connected to Robert Vadra, connected to the Congress party, or connected to many other parties. But he's a middleman who has been an arms dealer as well in the past. And it's very interesting what happens next in the case of Sanjay Bhandari. In fact, what we will also do is we will, get you some more details of how our agencies now plan to pursue Sanjay Bhandari, because in the past he's tried to challenge our courts, and it was Republic that exposed him, that tracked him down to London. In fact, when you will remember that Shavan went there to the UK, tracked him down. And there were several mail trails as well that we had accessed in the last 8 years of Republic's launch. There were email trails that linked Sanjay Bhandari to Robert Vadra, and these were emails that the Republic exposed. Sanjay Bhandari even allegedly had bought a London property for Robert Vadra. He had bought plane tickets valued at several lakh rupees, 8 to 10 lakh rupees, that were booked by firms that were run by Bhandari. And there were links between Sanjay Bhandari and many shady, arms dealers. There were links between CC Tampi is close to the Gandhi family, Sanjay Bhandari and Vadra. Now, these are links that have been proven. There is paper trail. Sanjay Bhandari reportedly also held Benami properties for Robert Vadra. Now, these are mails that have come out in the past. And the fact that he's been now declared an economic fugitive offender, it will, of course, arm our agencies in ensuring that we go all out to extradite him. He's been accused of receiving several kickbacks during the era of UPA, and many years back, Republic also put out that mail trail of him and those linked to him with Robert Vadra, where Vadra is seen discussing renovation of his properties in London. So there is a clear link between Robert Vadra, Sanjay Bhandari, and Robert Vadra is already under investigation, and Sanjay Bhandari, the fact that he's been now declared a fugitive economic offender, just bolsters India's case to bring him back. So a firework could be expected in the next few months. Back to you for now.
Right, Niranjan, many thanks for joining us with those details. Now, the big question is, viewers, does this ruling reopen or strengthen cases linked to defense deals like the Pilatus aircraft and also the alleged Robert Vadra property trail?
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Security has been tightened for Lord Jagannath's Bahuda Yatra in Puri. 100 police platoons, Odisha Rapid Action Force and Coast Guard have been deployed. 3 people had died in the stampede near the Gundicha temple on June 29th amid the festivities. Celebrations lined up as Tibetan spiritual leader Dalai Lama will celebrate his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju also on the list of attendees. Close to 70 people have died as flash floods have hit Mandi in Himachal Pradesh. The state government has announced 5,000 rupees per month as house rent to families whose homes were damaged and who are currently living in rented accommodations. Punjab Police in 2 different cases has busted an international narco arms module and an interstate narco hawala syndicate. The police arrested 9 persons in the 2 cases. 5 sophisticated weapons with 9.7 lakh drug money and over a kilogram of heroin have been seized. With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you more about the cold-blooded murder in Patna of a businessman named Gopal Khemka. CCTV footage has been accessed. The police are scanning to identify the killer. Along with this, we'll also tell you more about the F-35B UK fighter jet, which has been stranded in Kerala for the last 19 days. UK team is set to arrive tomorrow. It will be dismantled and shipped to UK. Stay tuned for more.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो बंटवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
Rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elijah.
उसका भी गला करना चाहिए।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet, or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of intelligence gathering activities were on earlier also, but they were not very organized on military scale. You see, earlier we had some satellites which ISRO had launched. We had cartograph series of satellites. We had reset set of satellites which were rather, radar imaging satellites.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. Get ready for a dose of positivity. Join us today at 2:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. on Republic TV for the Positive Influencers program. And we are talking health, literature, education, fitness, and much more. This is your chance to be inspired, engage in meaningful conversations, and see the impact of content creation in action. Don't miss it. And now let's take a look at the headlines that we are tracking. ED plea accepted by Delhi court. UK-based arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari declared fugitive economic offender. Punjabi actor Tanya's dad shot at in Moga. Attackers came posing as the patients to his clinic. Businessman Gopal Khemka shot dead in Patna outside his residence by unknown miscreants. M&S workers vandalize entrepreneur Sushil Keria's office after his remarks on Marathi. Security forces bust terror hideout in Poonch. Grenade and ammunitions recovered. After row over naming canteens after Indira's name, Revant Reddy sparks row, says those who are protesting against this should be stripped and thrashed. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Argentina meets with Indian diaspora. Prime Minister Modi, first Indian Prime Minister in 57 years to visit the country. All right, viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Dantewada, where one Maoist terrorist has been killed in an encounter between the security forces in Bijapur. Now, Bijapur DRG and Naxals had an encounter in the forest of Indiravati National Park area, and this happened on the border of Bijapur, Dantewada district. And what we do know at this point is that one Naxal has been killed in the ongoing encounter on the borders of Bijapur, Dantewada district. So big success there for the security forces. One Naxal has been killed in the ongoing encounter with the Dantewada Bijapur district reserve guard, and this is happening in the forest of the Indiravati National Park area, and this area falls on the border of Bijapur, Dantewada district in Chhattisgarh. So one Naxal has been killed in the area. So, all right, and this happening as the government has intensified the campaign to eradicate Naxalism from the state. Our colleague Bharat is joining us from Bijapur for more on that story. Bharat, what more can you tell us? We understand that one Maoist has been killed in the ongoing encounter. What else is happening on the ground there? Bharat, can you hear me? Bharat, please give us an update on...
Yeah, बिल्कुल मैं आपको बता दूंगा.
Yeah, please go ahead.
मैं आपको बता देता हूँ कि के बारे में आपको विस्तार से जानकारी देने की कोशिश मुठभेड़ उस इलाके पे चल रही है. एक माओवादियों को पुलिस के जवानों ने ढेर किया है. ये पूरा इलाका इंद्रावतियों का कोर इलाका कहा जाता है. इंद्रावती यानी नेशनल एरिया पार्क के अंतर्गत वो इलाके हैं जिस इलाके पे सामान्य तौर पे आम जनमानस की उपस्थिति दर्ज बहुत कम होती है. वैसे इलाकों पे नक्सली जो है वो आरामदायक पनाहगार के तौर पे वो उस इलाके पे मौजूद होते हैं, जिसकी सूचना पुलिस को मिली थी. पुलिस ने इस पूरे सूचना के तहत
All right, we seem to be having some audio connection problems there, but what our reporter on the ground has been telling us is that it is an ongoing encounter at the moment and one Naxal has been killed in the area. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. This story coming in from Punjab, where two unknown people who came pretending to be patients. They fired bullets, and they fired bullet at the doctor in Punjab's Moga district. Now, doctor has suffered multiple injuries. Now, meanwhile, Moga SSP Ajay Gandhi has reached the spot, and investigations have begun in the case. And SSB Ajay Gandhi said that two people came pretending to be patients, and when they started taking medicine from the doctor, they started shooting at the doctor, and the doctor has been killed. Now Moga police is searching for the accused. And
हरबंस नर्सिंग होम से दो अणपछाते बंदे आए सी जिन्हों ने पहला इन्हों तो डॉक्टर साहब को ट्रीटमेंट लिया, दवाई वगैरह का पूछा, फिर बाद से एक बंदे ने फायर करते. ਉਹਦੇ ਸੰਬੰਧੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ CCTV ਕੈਮਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕਲੂਜ਼ ਮਿਲੇ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੀ ਹਰ ਐਂਗਲ ਤੋਂ.
All right, let's get all the updates. My colleague Lalit is joining us for more details. Lalit, what more can you tell us about the doctor who has been shot at? Because the attackers came posing as patients to his clinic. What more can you tell us?
If we talk about this whole incident, it was being reported yesterday in the afternoon in Moga when two assailants came as a patients, and after that they shot gunfire at the doctor. So right now, if we talk about the condition of the doctor, it is said to be critical. He is being admitted in the private hospital in Moga only. And if we talk about, he had got the security as in 2022, the designated gangster Lakhvinder Landa has given a call of extortion demanding 1 crore rupees. So an FIR has been registered previously on Lakhvinder Singh Landa after the doctor complained regarding that. But around 2 months before, the security cover was removed, and after that yesterday this incident has been reported in Moga. Right now his condition is said to be critical but stable. Apart from that, if we talk about the investigation, right now police has captured and taken all the CCTV footages and is trying to nab the two assailants who have shot doctor yesterday in the afternoon at Moga. Back to the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Lalit, for those updates. I will keep coming back to you on that big story that we are tracking from Punjab. And viewers, we have breaking news coming in. Union Minister Piyush Goyal has slammed Rahul Gandhi. Now, he has said that nobody takes Rahul Gandhi seriously anymore. He said, and I quote him, "They have lost the plot and the confidence of the people of the country. Even in Karnataka, it is a hotbed of corruption and infighting." So, Piyush Goyal, Union Minister, taking hot shots at Rahul Gandhi. And remember, yesterday Rahul Gandhi had also slammed Piyush Goyal over Donald Trump tariff deadline. He had said that when Piyush Goyal said that India is not working towards any specific deadlines in its trade talks with Washington, Rahul Gandhi had mentioned that the Prime Minister would meekly bow to the pressure from the US President. And now Piyush Goyal has slammed Rahul Gandhi, saying that nobody takes Rahul Gandhi seriously anymore.
Nobody takes Mr. Rahul Gandhi seriously anymore because of the negativity that he, his party and his colleagues are continuously spreading. The falsehoods that they are spreading, I think they have lost the plot. They have lost the confidence of the people of India, who are again and again rejecting the Congress party and their politics. Till today, they have not been able to come up with any positive agenda for the development of the nation. Even in Karnataka, their government is completely collapsed. It's a hotbed of corruption. It's a government which is fighting amongst themselves every single day. I hope Mr. Rahul Gandhi can control his own party and his own governments, because he has only barely a handful of governments left. The way he's going, his negativity will only lead to the people rejecting him, even in these states which he has got left.
And viewers, now let's take a look at some other news from across the nation that are making headlines in Bharat in 1.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Security has been tightened for Lord Jagannath's Bahuda Yatra in Puri. 100 police platoons, RAF, Odisha Rapid Action Force and Coast Guard have been deployed. Remember this coming as 3 people had died in a stampede near Gundicha Temple on 29th of June amid the festivities. Celebrations are going on as Tibetan spiritual leader Dalai Lama celebrates his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju also was on the list of attendees and he attended Dalai Lama's birthday celebrations. Close to 70 people have died as flash floods have hit Mandi district in Himachal Pradesh. The state government has announced 5,000 rupees per month as a house rent to families whose homes were damaged and who are currently living in rented accommodations. Punjab police in 2 different cases busted an international narco arms module and an interstate narco hawala syndicate. The police arrested 9 persons in connection with the 2 cases. 5 sophisticated pistols, 9 lakh rupees and over a kilogram of heroin has been seized from the miscreants in Amritsar. And viewers, more updates are coming in on the death of a businessman in Bihar. Nitish Kumar held a review meeting on law and order with the Director General of Police and the other senior police officials after the murder of Patna businessman. Now Nitish Kumar has tweeted, no matter who the criminals are, they will not be spared at any cost. And he continued to say, directed to expedite the investigation of criminal incidents and take swift action against the guilty. He said further that he has instructed the police and the administration to work with the full preparedness and strictness to maintain law and order in the state. Remember, these developments are coming in as Gopal Khemka, who is a Patna businessman. He was shot dead near his residence in Gandhi Maidan. The police have begun investigations. A bullet and a shell has been recovered from the crime spot. And this incident, remember, coming in just ahead of the assembly elections in the state of Bihar. And the developments come even as Khemka's son was also earlier killed in a similar manner. Let's listen in to what the police had to say.
4 तारीख की रात में 11 बजे के आसपास गांधी मैदान के साउथ एरिया में यह सूचना मिली है कि अपार्टमेंट के सामने जो बिजनेसमैन है गोपाल प्रेमकर जी, उनको चोट लगने से गोली लगने से मृत्यु हो गई है। जैसे इसकी सूचना पुलिस को मिली है हॉस्पिटल में, तो वहाँ पे पुलिस पहुँच गई थी। यहाँ पे सीन को सिक्योर किया गया है और बाकी की जांच पड़ताल की जा रही है। कैमरा से इत्यादि खंगाले जा रहे हैं। बाकी की कार्रवाई आगे की जाएगी।
All right, the meeting in Patna happening after the murder of a key businessman in Patna near his residence in Gandhi Maidan. Viewers, big breaking news coming in. Revant Reddy's comments have sparked a heated debate in Telangana's political landscape. Now, the Chief Minister had defended the Congress government's decision to name canteens after Indira Gandhi, citing her contributions to welfare schemes and development initiatives. Now, he emphasized that Indira Gandhi's policies have enlightened the lives of the poor, and the current government's welfare schemes are inspired by her vision. He also further said that those who are protesting against this should be stripped and thrashed. So this controversial statement on Indira Canteen has sparked an outrage in the state of Telangana.
ఇందిరమ్మ ఆనాడు తెచ్చిన సంక్షేమము అభివృద్ధి ఈ రోజు పేదవాళ్ళ జీవితాల్లో వెలుగులను నింపింది. అందుకే ఈ రోజు ఏ సంక్షేమ పథకానికైనా ఇందిరమ్మ పేరు మనం పెడుతున్నాం. హైదరాబాద్ నగరంలో పేదవాళ్ళకు 5 రూపాయల భోజనం పెట్టాలని, పేదవాళ్లకు కూలి పోయే వాళ్లకు పొద్దున్నే టిఫిన్ చేయడానికి క్యాంటీన్లు పెట్టి ఇందిరమ్మ పేరు పెడితే ఈ తలమాచిన దద్దమ్మలు సోయిలేనోళ్ళు ఇందిరమ్మ పేరు పెడతారని ధర్నా చేసిరు. ఒక్కనొక్కని బట్టలిప్పదీసి కొడితే తప్ప ఇందిరమ్మ గొప్పతనం వాళ్ళకు అర్థం కాదు అని చెప్పి నేను ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తున్న మిత్రులారా.
It's truly shameful the kind of language that this chief minister has been using against the people, who protest democratically. Srimati Indira Gandhi could have been a great leader. I don't know much about her. I haven't seen her in my lifetime. Now, if this honorable chief minister wants to score brownie points with Mr. Rahul Gandhi, this whole changing the name spree that he started indulging in, renaming TS to TG, and started, renaming a lot of institutions as well. And now all of a sudden, Annapurna Canteen, which was launched about 8 years ago by Sri KCR. Now, Annapurna is not a leader of the BRS party or not a political figure. Annapurna in Telugu literally means a mother who feeds a child. Now, that kind of a name, to be changed for no good reason, just to please his bosses, is something that, as it is truly a very, very disrespectful decision. And on top of that, to comment against the people of our party and others who have basically protested the name change is even more shameful. If this pay CM wants to score brownie points with Mr. Rahul Gandhi, he can change his own name. अपना नाम रेवंत रेड्डी से बदल के जवाहर रेड्डी या राजीव रेड्डी रख ले, हमें कोई तकलीफ नहीं है. बट आज इंदिरा जी को बदनाम करके, कांग्रेस पार्टी के लीडरों को बदनाम करके आज क्या हासिल कर रहे हैं हमें तो नहीं समझ.
All right, our colleague Aneri is now joining us live from Hyderabad for more on that story. Aneri, we heard the Chief Minister really lashing out at the protesters, of course opposing the renaming of the Annapurna Canteen, those protesters, to Indira Canteen, but calling them senseless people and saying that they would not understand the greatness of Indira Gandhi unless they are thrashed, they are stripped. I mean, this is a statement really unbecoming of the Chief Minister. What is that you're hearing on the ground? What kind of reactions are coming in?
Well, what we have been seeing is that massive controversy has now sparked by the Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy over his comments which he had made yesterday during a public meeting while addressing the party workers, where he says that one cannot understand the greatness of Indira Gandhi until and unless they are stripped and thrashed. This comes in the backdrop of the renaming of the Annapurna canteen to Indiramma canteen, which the government and the GHMC has taken a decision, where we had seen that the BRS had questioned the renaming of the Annapurna canteen to Indiramma canteen, and they had also staged protests back then when the government had taken this decision. And now what we also see is that the BRS working president has hit it out at Revanth Reddy for using such sort of language, says that it is shameful that a chief minister is using such a sort of language, and also at the same time he says that this is nothing but Revanth Reddy is trying to please his leaders like Rahul Gandhi, and that is the reason why we see a massive controversy now that has erupted after Revanth Reddy has stated that to understand the greatness of Indira Gandhi, one should be stripped and trashed, and then only they would understand the greatness of Indira Gandhi.
All right. Thank you so much for those details there. Aneri, you keep tracking those developments. We'll keep coming back to you. Let's move on in the bulletin now. An assistant executive engineer from the Jal Shakti department has gone missing under mysterious circumstances in Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban district. Now, his vehicle was found abandoned near the Chenab River, which has triggered a vast investigation. Let's take a look at this report.
An assistant executive engineer goes missing in Ramban. Missing officer identified as Parvez Ahmed Wani. Wani was posted in the Goul subdivision of Ramban. His car was found abandoned near the Chenab River. Vehicle was discovered parked along the river banks. Security forces and local teams rushed to the spot. A major search operation has been launched in the area. Circumstances around the disappearance remain suspicious. Authorities are exploring all possible angles. The incident has raised serious concerns in the region.
And viewers, we have breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where a terror hideout has been busted by the J&K police and the Indian Army in Poonch district of the state. Now, 3 grenades and a huge cache of ammunition has been recovered, and the recovery was made from Surankote area of the Poonch district. Now, 14 AK rounds, 6 pistol rounds, 5 pencil shells, a wire cutter, a multi-data cable connector, a multi-purpose knife, a common iron rod, and a paint box has also been recovered. So a terror hideout has been busted by the joint operation of the J&K police and the Indian Army in Poonch district. Let's get all the updates. Our colleague Gursimran is now joining us live for more on that. Gursimran, what details you can provide us about this terror hideout that has been busted by the J&K police and the army in Poonch district? What more details do we have at this moment?
See, as we speak, all 3 grenades that were recovered by the security forces have been destroyed using the controlled explosion. This comes after the security forces, they busted this terror hideout, and after that what they saw that it was having the huge cache of arms and ammunition, including the 3 grenades that have now been detonated by the Indian Army using the controlled explosion. Important to mention that they were also having some rounds of the AK series rifle and the pistol, which shows that the terrorists are also having in possession with them the AK series rifle and also some of the pistols that are there. Apart from this, what we are picking up that there were some wire cutters, probably for the to cut the wire along the line of control or some camp of the security forces that the terrorists were planning, and the other knives, the multi-purpose knives that have been recovered. Now the police is looking into the forward and backward linkages that how these terror hideout, this entire modus operandi, what was their modus operandi and how
this cache of arms and ammunition could reach to this very place. That is now being probed, and a massive search operation is underway in the Behramgala area of the Surankot to rule out any possibility of the terrorists being active in the area.
All right. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for all those updates there. You keep tracking those developments there in Jammu and Kashmir. And viewers, we'll take a very short break here. But coming up ahead, MNS workers have vandalized entrepreneur Sushil Khedia's office after his remarks on Marathi language. That is coming up after a short break. Also, ED plea has been accepted by Delhi court. UK-based arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari has been declared a fugitive economic offender. Details on those big stories that we are tracking and much more is lined up after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
We'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon.
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hybrid.
This week on Get Me Right, we put a searchlight on the plight of the Hindu community of Sindh in Pakistan. Their daily struggles just to be able to survive amid abductions, conversions and targeting of their women. Also, is China deliberately hitting India's food security by squeezing the supply of specialty fertilizers amid Kharif season? And if yes, do we have a way out? Is an experiment with genetically modified crops worth a shot to increase India's agricultural output? Join me this weekend only on Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region. Then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or
This is your Positivity Turnout with me, Tanvi Sood, on the Republic Positive Influencer Show. Over the next 30 minutes, we are going to get you some power-packed content put together by the Republic Positive Influencers. Now, let's get right to it on episode 13. We're kicking the show off with a slice of history. Former intelligence officer Navjot Singh takes us through the chapter of history of the Cold War. Here's a fascinating story. The story of Georgy Markov and how he was assassinated, a hand allegedly of the KGB. Georgy Markov was a Bulgarian dissident during the Cold War. Watch his story and how his end came about.
Welcome to another episode of the Spy Master series with your host, Navjot Singh. I'm a former intelligence officer and I'll bring to you interesting stories from the world of espionage. You're all curious what happened in the Cold War. Cold War when US and USSR were at their heads with each other. ये वो time था जिस वक्त we did not see active wars. There were no mortars being fired. There were no guns being loaded. But there was a war that is happening behind the curtains. Yes, behind the curtains, a war was happening, and that war was the invisible war. The war of espionage, the war of countering each other's narrative, the war of taking out the adversarial agents and spies. That was a time that was happening in the era of 1960s and 70s. The Cold War at its peak. I am bringing to you another such anecdote from that Cold War. I'm taking you to Bulgaria. The time when assassinations used to happen. Agents were used, assassins were used to take out adversarial spies, adversarial agents without the news coming to the newspapers, without taking the limelight. One such gentleman, one such man, the name is Georgy Markov. Georgy Markov, he had left United Kingdom. He was a dissident of UK into the Republic of Bulgaria. However, he worked with the BBC's Bulgarian service, and he was a renowned journalist there. Over the 3 years starting 1978, he produced a lot of news articles, a lot of exposes and reports where he brought out the corruption, the scandals, and a lot of things exposing the then premier of Bulgaria, the president of Bulgaria, Todor Zhekov. Todor Zhekov was anguished. He was enraged how this BBC service curator could bring out his, exposes, his corruption scandals into the open. He was enraged. And that is when the Bulgarian Secret Service planned to take this gentleman, Georgy Markov, out. Georgy Markov was not aware of what is going to come to him, what is going to happen. So what happened? At that time, certain radioactive elements, certain gas guns, they were being used. So one fine day, while Mr. Georgy Markov was moving over in the streets of Bulgaria, as soon as he crossed the bridge of Waterloo, something was thrust into his thighs and he felt unconscious. Actually, it was this assassin who had been following him for a long time, and he thrust an umbrella laced with something into his thighs, and that substance penetrated his bodies. On being taken to the hospital after being unconscious, he realized that he had been poisoned, and 4 days hence, Georgy Markov was another footnote in the annals of espionage in the spy universe. He had died. Later reports found, medical examination found, that Georgy Markov was poisoned with the chemical called ricin. And the Bulgarian Secret Service had succeeded. Another agent taken out. Another story ended. That is all from this episode of the Spy Master series, taking back from the world of the times of the Cold War, when things looked cold, but just like the river water which is moving very slowly on the surface, there is a tumult under in its deeper layers. That's what happened in the Cold War. We'll meet in another episode of the Spy Master series. Signing off. Jai Hind.
Now, do you have kids at home? Do you have grandkids at home? Do you have friends who have kids? Are you tired of addressing and thinking about that question on how to bridge the generational gap? Are you worried on how the younger generation will connect with us and the generation above us? Well, newly onboarded positive influencer Supreet Singh has a very, very relevant podcast on his channel. Here's a sliver of it. He's talking to a practicing psychologist who gives you the answers, very, very simple solutions. So as a family, watch this together.
Career is the most important thing. And you know why is Supreet career most important thing? Because 2/3 of our wakeful time goes in our vocation.
Yes.
2/3 हमारा जिंदगी का हमारे vocation और 2/3 versus 1/3. So people who it has been observed in even scientific evidence and research कि जो लोग अपने career में खुश हैं, progressive हैं और अच्छी पकड़ है अपने profession को लेके, वो लोग ज़्यादा खुश लोग हैं. They're more happier, they're more adjustable, they have better relationships. क्योंकि वो तो सेंटर है ना आपका. आप सेंटर जब हो जाओगे ना, दूसरी चीजों का कोई मीनिंग नहीं रहता है.
ये कैसे किया जाए? पॉइंट वहीं पे आ जाता है घुमा के कि इट इज इजियर सेड देन बीइंग डन. और जो पेरेंट्स और बच्चों वाला गैप है, नो डाउट अर्बन सिटीज में वो चाहे पेरेंट्स चाहे डबल इनकम में, फिर भी एक कम्युनिकेशन ईज है. Whereas अगर हम Tier 2, Tier 3 सिटीज़ में जाएं, अभी भी वो फादर से वो बात नहीं कर सकते, या मदर के साथ भी अगर करेंगे छुप छुप के बात होगी. तो जिससे क्या होता है कि और ये आई थिंक सदियों से चलता आ रहा है इन अ वे. तो वो कहीं ना कहीं वो एक जनरेशनल ट्रॉमा भी उसमें चल रहा है, और वो एक माइंड सेट बन चुका है कि ये बात नहीं करनी होती, ये बात करने वाली नहीं है. बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे आप भी बता रहे हैं कि कितना समय हम बर्बाद करते हैं इसके बारे में सोच के, इसकी वो एक फैंटासाइज कर करके, और ये रियलिटी है. इवन वी हायर अ लॉट ऑफ जेनजीज एज वेल. तो कई बार व्हाट वी फाइंड इज कि मैं खुद यही समझाता हूँ कि इफ़ यू आर 20 टुडे, 21, 22, आपको पता भी नहीं चलेगा कब आप 32 के हो जाओगे, 35 के हो जाओगे. बट जो आप अगले 10 साल करोगे, दैट इज गोइंग टू डिफाइन द रेस्ट ऑफ योर लाइफ.
करेक्ट.
बट वो समझाना डिफिकल्ट होता है. और वो मुझे कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि वो जो 15 से लेके जो 20 साल की उम्र में जो उनका समय बीता होता है, वो एक इतना पक जाता है उस टाइम पे, स्पेशली इन टर्म्स ऑफ दीज थिंग्स. वो एक इमोशनल एक कह सकते हैं, ट्रॉमा नहीं मैं बोलूँगा, पर एक इमोशनल टर्मोइल में फंस जाते हैं. तो इसमें आज की डेट में क्या किया जा सकता है, और इजी वे क्या किया जा सकता है आपके हिसाब से? क्योंकि आप तो अलग अलग वर्ग को डील कर रहे हैं समाज के.
या आपका पॉइंट बिल्कुल करेक्ट है. वही जो एग्जांपल मैं आपको बोल रही थी, जो आपने एक शब्द यूज किया, कम्युनिकेशन. कम्युनिकेशन का सिंपल मतलब है बात करो बच्चे से. बात करके कैसे बात करो? डांट डपट के नहीं, उसको एक अपना इक्वल मानो. बच्चे बड़े रीजनेबल होते हैं एज इन एनी एज ग्रुप. हम क्या करते हैं, हम सोचते हैं हमारे मुंह से बात निकली हुई अब अमल हो जानी चाहिए. डिक्टेटोरियल एटीट्यूड वो होता है जब बच्चे छोटे होते हैं. अब नहा लो, खा लो, होमवर्क कर लो, इंस्ट्रक्शंस बच्चे बड़ी जल्दी फॉलो करते हैं प्राइमरी ईयर्स में. तो हम किसी भी तबके का हो, हम भले किसी भी शहर में रहते हो, गांव कस्बे में रहते हो,
रेजिमेंटल जो होता
है, हाँ, व्हाट वी नीड टू डू इज नीड टू टॉक टू द चिल्ड्रन एज एन इक्वल. और भाषा सिंपल है. क्या आप एक लाइन क्या कन्वे करना चाहोगे कि आप अभी अपना वक्त, जो एग्जैक्टली आपने बोला, जो आप अपने जो जूनियर्स को बोलते हो कि ये जो टाइम है आपका, ये आपके करियर फॉर्मेशन के लिए है, और उसके बाद जब आपको सेटल होने का टाइम है। देखिए जो चीज़, अब अगर मैं आपको बोलूँ क्लास 2 के बच्चे को जी ट्रिग्नोमेट्री सिखा देते हैं, उसका कोई काम ही नहीं है वहाँ पर। It doesn't have to learn that and he won't be able to learn. He won't be able to learn. तो जो चीज़ मैच्योरिटी, टाइम, वक्त के साथ, वक्त आप जब पढ़ते भी हो तब भी तो आप लोगों से आप डील करते हो. You meet people, you have friends. Sometimes it could be friends with benefits, sometimes it could be a short term, this is my special friend. Can it be? It can be, because हमारा permissibility हमारी बढ़ गई है. मैं ये बोल रही हूँ कि चीज़ों को रियलिटी में रखते हुए उस पूरी रिलेशनशिप या जो वो फ्रेंड है या फ्रेंडशिप है उस पे एनर्जी ना लगा के उसको एक हिस्सा मानिए अपना लाइफ का. छोटा हिस्सा है आपका, 2/3 हिस्सा तो आपका करियर है, तो वो दायरा बांधने की कोशिश करें. दैट इज ऑल वी आर ट्राइंग टू डू. वी आर नॉट ट्राइंग टू से इट्स प्रीटी नॉर्मल फॉर पीपल टू हैंग आउट विद ईच अदर, ओके लेट्स गो फॉर अ मूवी,
आई थिंक इसको बहुत बड़ी हाइप ना बनाया जाए और एक नॉर्मल सी चीज बना के.
एब्सोल्युटली आपके जिंदगी का एक हिस्सा है, छोटा हिस्सा है अभी, छोटा. देखिए मैं मानती हूँ जैसे हमारा सेल्फ एक सर्कल है, तो ब्रह्मचर्य में आपने देखा होगा जो तो सर्कल्स बड़े छोटे होते रहते हैं. अब वो पूछेंगे आप सब सेट्स क्या हैं, सिंपल सी कॉमन सेंस वाली चीजें. हमारी फिजिकल हेल्थ, प्रोफेशनल हेल्थ, इमोशनल हेल्थ मतलब फैमिली रिलेशनशिप्स, फाइनेंशियल हेल्थ, ये 4-5 हमारे सब सेट्स हैं. अब ये ना वक्त के साथ जो फेज ऑफ लाइफ है वो छोटे बड़े होते रहते हैं. जब हम ब्रह्मचर्य में होते हैं, स्कूल गोइंग ईयर्स में होते हैं, तो ये बड़ा प्रोडोमिनेंट हो जाता है, बाकी चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं रहती. एम आई राइट? एज वी देन गो ऑन टू लेट्स से मैच मेकिंग और थिंकिंग अबाउट आई नीड टू हैव अ पार्टनर, क्योंकि हम कहते हैं वो दैट्स द नेक्स्ट. लोग ये भी पूछते हैं भाई क्यों होना चाहिए, जरूरी नहीं, लेकिन मेजॉरिटी ऑफ पीपल have these what we call as the phases of life. First is the school going, and then we say we want to settle down. Again, that's another topic altogether. Why would you want to settle down? Is basically cohabitation, to have legitimate children, and socio-psychological investment for old age. तभी हम कहते हैं ना कि भाई होना चाहिए कोई एंकरिंग बोलते हैं उसको. तो एंकरिंग में सब जरूरी नहीं है 100% सब लोग हैं, लेकिन जब हम बात करते हैं नॉर्मली वी टॉक ऑफ एवरेजेस, जनरली लोगों का क्या है, तो उस वक्त फिर तब आपकी गृहस्थ आश्रम, वो वाला सर्कल जो मैंने ये बोला था ना अभी, ये थोड़ा बड़ा हो जाए. एंड देन यू से ओके देयर इज अ पैकेज एंड यू कैन मीट दैट पर्सन, सो यू कैन मीट एज मेनी पीपल यू लाइक.
ये इसमें कितना इजी हो जाता है, फिल्टर आउट हो जाता है सारी.
एग्जैक्टली सुप्रीत, सो व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज इट्स अ गुड थिंग. देखिए जो भी जनरेशनल चीजें होती हैं, कौन होते हैं हम लोग जज करने वाले कि ये सही नहीं है, वो सही नहीं है. आजकल के बच्चे आपको पता ही है. तो हियर इज दिस पार्ट. द अदर पार्ट इज दैट ब्रेन इज लाइक अ स्पंज. Yes. I've seen a lot of youngsters who are not only studying, they are doing community work, they have a hobby, उसको परसू भी करते हैं, उसमें सर्टिफिकेशन भी लेते हैं, बहुत मल्टीपल चीज़ें कर रहे थे जो 2 जनरेशन बैक, इवन टिल लास्ट जनरेशन पीपल वर. सो एवरीथिंग हैज इट्स प्लस एंड माइनस.
Up next is positive influencer Shalini Modi. She takes us through the scriptures and tells us all about the feminism embedded and inscribed in the Vedas. Hear it from her. This is equal part informative as it is inspirational. Watch this.
So in today's modern day, we commonly hear this word feminism. Let's see what our scriptures have to say about this feminine energy. So the feminine energy, as per our scriptures, is the Shakti, the strength. She is the resource, Lakshmi, and she is the knowledge, Saraswati. Their counterparts are all consciousness, and to reach them, we have to go through Prakriti, the material world, which is Devi incarnate. So there's a very interesting story from Durga Saptashti. Durga Saptashti is also known as the Chandi part and is a part of Markandeya Puran. It is commonly or popularly chanted during Navratras. So in that there's Lord Vishnu, and he's in Yog Nidra. Yog Nidra is a very unusual state of being which only Paramatma can be in, because it's Yog. Yog means awareness, and Nidra, which means sleep. So awareness and sleep, as you all know, can't coexist, but they do when Vishnu Bhagwan goes into Yog Nidra. Within Paramatma reside all the 3 gunas, Sattva, Tamas and Rajas. So from his Nabhi or navel, comes out a lotus on which is sitting Brahmaji. Brahmaji is Sattva, the Sattva Gun. Sattva Gun is everything that's calm, is peaceful, is everlasting and not changing. From his earwax comes out Madhu and Ketab, the two Rakshasas. And Madhu signifies the sweetness or of the senses, whereas Ketab is the bee that is buzzing around it, the restless mind, always wanting to indulge in the senses. One is tamas, so Madhu is tamas, and Rajas is Ketab. Brahmaji is troubled by these two dark forces, and he then prays to Devi, who resides within Vishnu Bhagwan as Yognidra. So it is not Vishnu Bhagwan that he prays to, but the Shakti within him that gives rise to his state of Yognidra. So even that you can see, every state of being, the three states of being mentioned in our scriptures, the Jagrut, which is awakeness, then sleep, which is Nidra, and Sushupti. All three states are also Devi. The Shakti within the Devtas and the Trinity are the one who give rise to Durga Devi. So again, as per Mahatman, the Devtas are being troubled by Mahishasur. Mahishasur again denotes all our senses when they kind of overtake you. And these Devtas then go to Lord Vishnu and Shivji and pray for help. Lord Vishnu and Shivji collectively feel the anger a mother feels, protective anger towards her children. And this anger rises as fire, light from their third eye and emerges and combines together. The Devtas follow suit. The energy within them, the Shakti within them also rises up and comes out from their third eye, and collectively it gives rise to this great light rising from top to bottom, from heaven to Patal, and from there emerges Durga Devi. The different body parts of Durga Devi come from different gods, the different energies, which also symbolize different things. Like from Vishnu Bhagwan comes her hands, from Shivji her face, and from Brahmaji her foot, and so on and so forth. They even give her energies from their weapons, so like a duplicate or an energy that comes out of their weapons forming a similar weapon. Now let's see why Durga Devi is called Durga. So there's a lot of symbolism even behind her name. If you realize that everything that has du to it in Hindi or Sanskrit means something that's negative. So like Duracharya. So Devi vanquishes everything that is negative within us or within our lives, and that's why she's called Durga. So let's invoke her with her 1,000 names, all starting from Du. It will help us remove all the negativity from within us. Thank you.
Do you have a problem with commitment? Committing to a job, committing to a relationship, committing to maybe even a course, committing to maybe even a city? Is it easier for you to be restless? Is it easier to have a backup option? Well, you know, in the long term, it's not going to work out. Now, positive influencer Prateek Sharma takes you through a fantastic narration through his words, his learnings, as well as the scriptures. Watch this, because he's giving you a way out on how to be committed.
आज मैं बात करने वाला हूं एक छोटे से डिवाइस की, जो हमारी लाइफ का एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा है, जिसको हम कहते हैं टीवी रिमोट। एक अदना सा रिमोट कहता कुछ नहीं है, मगर गौर से देखें तो ये आपकी सोच बिल्कुल बदल कर रख देगा। हेलो, मैं हूं प्रतीक शर्मा और आज लेकर आया हूं मैं आपके लिए रिपब्लिक के स्टूडियो से सीधे आप तक कुछ ऐसा जो ये रिमोट बार बार हमें सिखाता है। जरा सोचिए, क्या ऐसा हर रोज नहीं होता हमारे साथ, जब हम टीवी चलाते हैं, रिमोट हाथ में लेते हैं और हर 10 सेकंड में चैनल चेंज कर देते हैं। OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स की भूल भुलैया में गुम जाते हैं, मगर देख कुछ नहीं पाते, बस क्लिक स्वाइप फिर क्लिक फिर स्वाइप। 15-20 मिनट बीत जाते हैं और आप डिसाइड ही नहीं कर पाते कि देखना क्या है। और आखिर में हम बोलते हैं कुछ भी इंटरेस्टिंग नहीं आ रहा। इसी को कहते हैं प्रॉब्लम कमिटमेंट की। यह शब्द कमिटमेंट डिसाइड करता है कि क्या हम अपने ड्रीम्स पूरे कर पाएंगे कि नहीं, लाइफ की रेस में कितने आगे जा पाएंगे। जिंदगी में भी तो यही होता है। करियर चालू किया, थोड़ा स्ट्रगल आया, स्विच कर दिया। जिम ज्वाइन किया, कुछ दिन बाद सोर बॉडी हुई, छोड़ दिया। एक रिलेशनशिप स्टार्ट किया, प्रॉब्लम आई, अलग हो गए। रिमोट हाथ में है पर कंट्रोल हमारे हाथ में नहीं है। तो आखिर हम कमिटमेंट से डरते क्यों हैं? क्योंकि कमिटमेंट में चॉइस नहीं होती। ऐसा लगता है कि शायद फ्रीडम छीनी जा रही हो। मगर याद रखिए, रिमोट से आप 100 चैनल्स ब्राउज कर सकते हैं, पर मजा तब है जब आप एक मूवी पर रुक जाएं, एक चैनल पर रुक जाएं और फिर उस प्रोग्राम को पूरा देखें। मजा तब है जब आप उस चीज में पूरे मशगूल हो जाते हैं। जिंदगी में भी जब आप एक रास्ते को चुनते हैं और उसमें खुद को पूरा डिवोट कर देते हैं, तब आगे के रास्ते खुद बनते जाते हैं। भगवत गीता में श्री कृष्ण कहते हैं, अपना धर्म निभाओ, बिना फल की चिंता करे। यही तो कमिटमेंट है, बिना भटके, बिना शिकायत के एक रास्ते पर चलना। कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स देता हूं आपको ऐसी हस्तियों के जिन्होंने अपने रिमोट कंट्रोल पर पूरा कंट्रोल रखा। सचिन तेंदुलकर 24 साल तक सिर्फ एक ही चीज पर फोकस किया, क्रिकेट। हर बार गिर के उठे, इंजरीज, क्रिटिसिज्म, फेलियर्स, इन सब के बाद भी कमिटमेंट नहीं छोड़ा और बन गए दुनिया में क्रिकेट वर्ल्ड के बहुत बड़े आइकॉन। अरुणिमा सिन्हा ट्रेन से गिर गईं, एक पैर गंवा दिया। डॉक्टर्स ने कहा अब जिंदगी बेड पे कटेगी, मगर उन्होंने कहा मैं एवरेस्ट चढ़ूंगी, और चढ़ी भी, क्योंकि कमिटमेंट था, एक्सक्यूज नहीं। मैंने अपने पिछले एक वीडियो में कहा था कि मोटिवेशन इज अ लाई, और इस बात को समझना जरूरी है। मोटिवेशन तब आता है जब मूड अच्छा हो, कमिटमेंट तब भी चलता है जब मूड खराब हो। अगर हम सिर्फ मोटिवेटेड हैं तो हमारा काम कभी कभी होगा, लेकिन अगर हम कमिटेड हैं तो हमारा काम हर दिन होगा, चाहे बारिश हो या आंधी। और जब हर दिन कुछ ना कुछ होता है तो धीरे धीरे ही सही कामयाबी इनएविटेबल हो जाती है। तो सवाल यह है कि कमिटमेंट बिल्ड कैसे करें, अभी बता देते हैं। नंबर 1, स्टार्ट स्मॉल बट बी कंसिस्टेंट। हर दिन बिना किसी बहाने के अपने ड्रीम्स के लिए काम कीजिए। राइटर बनना है, बस 15 मिनट कुछ लिखिए। सिंगर बनना है, हर दिन रियाज करिए। फिट होना है, हर दिन चाहे कुछ भी हो 30 मिनट एक्सरसाइज करिए। ऑफिस में प्रमोशन चाहिए, हर रोज अपने काम को बेहतर बनाइए, धीरे धीरे। रिलेशनशिप स्ट्रांग बनाना है, हर रोज अपने बेटर हाफ से बात करिए, समझिए उसको, धीरे धीरे, थोड़ा थोड़ा। फिर देखिए कैसे एक दिन लाइफ में अचानक आपको एक पॉजिटिव बदलाव दिखेगा। नंबर 2, क्लैरिटी रखिए। अपने गोल का वाई समझिए। जब किसी काम का रीजन स्ट्रांग होता है, उसका पर्पस बहुत बड़ा होता है, तो एक्सक्यूजेस वीक हो जाते हैं और आप सक्सेसफुल हो जाते हैं। नंबर 3, सेलिब्रेट एफर्ट नॉट आउटकम। विक्ट्री एफर्ट में होती है, रिजल्ट्स में नहीं। अपने फेलियर्स को थोड़ा लाइटली लीजिए, थोड़ा लूजन अप होइए। आई नो शिद्दत से काम करना जरूरी है, मगर रेत को जितना टाइट पकड़ो वो उतना फिसलती है। याद रखिए, लाइफ एक लॉन्ग टेल गेम है। यहां कामयाबी छोटी छोटी हार से डिसाइड नहीं होती, डिसाइड इस बात से होती है कि इस लंबे गेम में क्या आप सही डायरेक्शन में जा रहे हैं। इसलिए टाइम है आपके पास, थोड़ा इंजॉय कीजिए अपने फेलियर्स को। सो फ्रेंड्स, टीवी के रिमोट से आप चैनल्स बार बार बदलते हैं क्योंकि आपको गारंटी चाहिए कि चैनल इंटरेस्टिंग होगा, पर जिंदगी में किसी बात की गारंटी नहीं होती। जिंदगी का चैनल इंटरेस्टिंग तभी बनता है जब आप रुकते हैं, देखते हैं, समझते हैं और जीतते हैं। रिमोट छोड़ो, कमिटमेंट उठाओ, क्योंकि जिंदगी बार बार डायरेक्शन बदलने से नहीं, कमिटमेंट से बनती है। तो ये था आज का मेरा ख्याल। मैं फिर लेकर आऊंगा कुछ ऐसा ही इंटरेस्टिंग ख्याल रिपब्लिक के स्टूडियो से, जहां हम बनाते हैं कंटेंट जो वायरल के साथ साथ वैल्यूएबल भी होता है। तब तक कीप ग्रोइंग, कीप शाइनिंग, अपना ख्याल रखिएगा। जय हिंद।
That's all we could pack in episode 13 of the Republic Positive Influencer Show. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did, and of course the Republic Positive Influencers did in putting it together for you. Thank you so much for watching, but before I sign off, if you think you can be a Republic Positive Influencer, go to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.com and drop that video sample. Our teams are screening round the clock. We're packing on fresh influencers each week. If it's easier to just send us a WhatsApp, then the WhatsApp number is on your screen. You can send us the videos and our teams will get back. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be back in episode 14. Goodbye.
This week on Get Me Right, we put a searchlight on the plight of the Hindu community of Sindh in Pakistan. Their daily struggles just to be able to survive amid abductions, conversions and targeting of their women. Also, is China deliberately hitting India's food security by squeezing the supply of specialty fertilizers amid Kharif season? And if yes, do we have a way out? Is an experiment with genetically modified crops worth a shot to increase India's agricultural output? Join me this weekend only on Republic TV.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
City's rocket capital is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space.
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem. It blows up, you know? So I'm going to give that one to Peter.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you this Sunday. Let's get started with all the top stories. ED plea accepted by Delhi court. UK-based arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari declared a fugitive economic offender. Punjabi actor Tania's dad shot at in Moga. Attackers came posing as patients to father's clinic. Businessman Gopal Khemka shot dead in Patna outside his residence by unknown miscreants. MNS workers vandalized entrepreneur Sushil Kedia's office after his remarks on Marathi. Security forces bust terror hideout in Poonch, grenade and ammunitions recovered. After row over naming canteens after Indira's name, Revant Reddy sparks a row, says those who are protesting against this should be stripped and thrashed. Prime Minister Modi in Argentina meets Indian diaspora. Prime Minister Modi, first Indian Prime Minister in 57 years to visit Argentina. All right, viewers, we start with the big breaking news. Nirav Modi's brother Nihal Modi has been arrested in USA on extradition request from the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate, and that's the breaking news we have right now. Nihal Modi, brother of fugitive Nirav Modi, has been arrested, and Nihal Modi has been arrested in US in the EMB fraud case. He's a Belgian national, was taken into custody following an extradition request by India, and he is the brother of fugitive diamond Nirav Modi, and he is also arrested in connection with the multi-crore Punjab National Bank scam. And he was arrested on the 4th of July, and extradition proceedings are underway as we speak. In fact, he has been. It's a big win that has come in for the CBI and the ED, and this is. In fact, another boost for our investigation agencies. The 13,000 crore rupee Punjab National Bank scam. Senior editor Shravan Sen joins us on the phone line. Shravan, tell us more about the role of Nihal Modi, the brother of Nirav Modi, and the significance of his arrest.
Well, undoubtedly, this is a big win for the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation, because remember, this was an extradition request that was jointly made by the Indian agencies before the U.S. authorities. We are now given to understand that the Department of Justice in the United States of America has informed the Indian authorities that Nihal Modi, who also happens to be a fugitive economic offender like his brother Nirav Modi, was arrested on 4th of July, and this information was provided to the authorities earlier today, and this was based on the extradition request that was made by the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI. Remember, there's also an Interpol notice that was issued against Nihal Modi, who's the brother of Nirav Modi. And as far as the extradition proceedings are concerned, it is actually going to begin from 19th of July. The extradition is going to happen on 2 counts is what we are being told. One is under Section 3 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and the other is the Criminal Conspiracy Section 120B of the APC. Because remember, this case was filed against Nihal Modi along with Nirav Modi. In fact, he is also one of the ones in the $12 million Punjab National Bank fraud case. And in fact, Nihal Modi, the charges that have been leveled against him by the Central Bureau of Investigation and the Enforcement Directorate is of siphoning of funds. And the fact that letter of credit that were basically obtained from the bank, it was done in a fraudulent manner, resulting in massive losses that was actually incurred by the Punjab National Bank.
Right, Shravan, absolutely. It's a big boost for the ED and the CBI as well. He, as you mentioned, he's charged in the PNB scam as well, and he's also, in fact, he's also accused in a diamond scam in New York as well. He has been charged in the US as well for $2.6 million fraud in New York.
That matter still remains sub judice, but what we are essentially looking at is completely different. This is purely to do with the Punjab National Bank scam. And the charges that have been leveled by the ED and the Central Bureau of Investigation, one is of him assisting in concealing the role of his brother Nirav Modi. In fact, on behalf of Nirav Modi, he is the one who's concealed and transferred large amount of funds through a web of shell companies. And these shell companies that we're looking at operated from multiple countries. In fact, I remember Republic TV in its investigation that was carried out a few years ago did actually travel to multiple of these countries, starting from Hong Kong to Macau, and then of course to United Kingdom, where we essentially were able to unearth the number of companies that were essentially floated by Nirav Modi and his family members, which also includes Mehul Choksi and of course his brother Nihal Modi, who has been roaming freely all this while. But remember, the Indian investigative agencies have been pursuing this entire matter with the authorities in the United States of America, with an Interpol notice also being issued against him. And thereafter, we are now given to understand that US has finally acted upon the request that has been made, and he has been arrested.
For the benefit of our viewers, Shravan, just take us through what is the status as far as Mehul Choksi. He has been arrested. He's also a main accused in this case. He's arrested in Belgium. What is the status on that? What is the update on Nirav Modi as well? Because his extradition process has also been initiated. He is the prime accused and is in UK.
Well, just to put this into context, because we are talking about a case which has been it's been a long drawn process, and multiple charge sheets have actually been filed, and we're looking at least 2 agencies who have been working on this entire case. In fact, to trace back to the FIR that was first registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, the charge was against Nirav Modi as well as his uncle Mehul Choksi. And the direct charge that was leveled against both of them was that they were basically able to get loans from various countries, for affiliates of the Punjab National Bank, carry out their business without having much of a collateral to begin with. And the fact of that matter is that the bank management actually gave the letter of credit. Now, how did they manage to do that? One, the fact that there are other accused in this case apart from Mehul Choksi and Nirav Modi, who has colluded with them, which also includes a few members from the Punjab National Bank who were also taken into custody. They are the ones who are working typically as on the payroll of Mehul Choksi as well as Nirav Modi, allowing them with these letter of credit. And this was actually helping them to continue with their entire business operations. And these operations that we're essentially talking about were mostly outside India. For instance, in countries like Hong Kong, where you have had Nirav Modi's sister who's been carrying out the entire operations. Then, of course, Belgium happens to be one of their home bases from where the business operations were being carried out. And, of course, also in United Kingdom and United States of America, where they had opened several of these business outlets.
Right. Shravan, thank you so much for joining us with those details and the latest updates coming in on that story that we're closely tracking, viewers. Now we shift our focus to some more breaking news that we have from Maharashtra. This is about the stone pelting incident. 5 MNS supporters detained for attack on investor Sushil Kedia's office over post challenging Raj Thackeray and Marathi issue. And this is the breaking news we have right now. Sushil Kedia, remember, had been very outspoken against the attack on non-Marathi speakers there in Maharashtra. There's a huge row already over that. Sushil Kedia had said that he will not speak in Marathi, and there you have the reaction from Raj Thackre's MNS, the MNS goons there, vandalizing the property. सत्य प्रकाश joins us live on the broadcast. सत्य प्रकाश, हमें बताएं कि क्या कुछ ताज़ा जानकारी आपके पास आ रही है. सुशील केडिया ने चुनौती दी थी, हमने देखा था ट्विटर पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा वो एक्टिव थे, और अब हम देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से एमएनएस के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वहाँ पर उन्होंने पत्थरबाजी की है.
देखिए रचिता, जिस तरह से घटना हुआ, जिस तरह से लगभग 11 बजे मनसिक कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे और सुशील केडिया के ऑफिस के बाहर पत्थरबाजी किया और नारियल फेंका और हंगामा करके जा चुके हैं. फिलहाल पुलिस कह रही है कि इस मामले की जांच कर रहे हैं और जो भी लोग यहां पे मनसिक कार्यकर्ता आए हैं उनको हिरासत में लिया जाएगा. लेकिन जिस तरह से मामला हुआ, क्योंकि सुशील केडिया ने कल 2 दिन पहले ट्वीट किया था और कहा था कि हम यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र में 30 साल से रहते हैं और हिंदी, अंग्रेजी और गुजराती लैंग्वेज को जानते हैं, लेकिन अब मराठी नहीं सीख सकता, हमें दबाव ना बनाया जाए कि मराठी सीखा जाए. जिसके बाद कहेंगे विवाद बढ़ता गया. कल ही मुंबई पुलिस की टीम वहाँ पर तैनात थी क्योंकि विवाद लगातार बढ़ रहा था, और आज सुबह जब मुंबई पुलिस की टीम नहीं थी उस समय मनसिक कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे और हंगामा किए, पत्थरबाजी किए. फिलहाल मुंबई पुलिस की टीम सुशील केडिया के ऑफिस के बाहर वहाँ सुरक्षा तैनात किया गया, क्योंकि अभी भी मनसिक की तरफ से कहा गया है कि उनको सबक सिखाएंगे. उसके बाद कहीं कहीं एहतियातन रूप से मुंबई पुलिस की टीम मौजूद है. लेकिन महाराष्ट्र में जिस तरह से मराठी बनाम हिंदी का विवाद लगातार तूल पकड़ता जा रहा है, जैसे 2 दिन पहले, 3 दिन पहले जिस तरह से मीरा रोड में एक राजस्थानी व्यापारी को मारा गया, पुणे मारा गया, इसके अलावा थाने में इलाके मारा गया, तो कहेंगे महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी बनाम मराठी का मुद्दा लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है. और राज ठाकरे ने जिस तरह से आज भाषण में कहा कि अब किसी को मारना तो वीडियो मत बनाना, क्योंकि जिस तरह से राजस्थानी को व्यापारी को मारा था और वीडियो वायरल मनसे के कार्यकर्ताओं द्वारा किया गया था, उसके बाद पुलिस एक्शन लिया है और 7 लोग खिलाफ मामला दर्ज किया है. तो कहेंगे राज ठाकरे का आज जो बयान था, और बयान में जिस तरह से उन्होंने कहा, तो कहेंगे आने वाले दिनों में ये विवाद और बढ़ सकता है. और वहीं महाराष्ट्र के सीएम ने साफ तौर से कहा है कि महाराष्ट्र में कोई भी भाषा का विवाद करेगा, भाषा को लेकर विवाद करेगा और कोई भी कानून हाथ में लेगा तो उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा. रचिता.
राइट. All right, thank you so much, Satya Prakash, for joining us with the latest update from Ground Zero on that story. All right, viewers, now we have protests erupting in Kolkata once again against the TMC regarding the gang rape case at the South Calcutta Law College. We have visuals coming in now from Kolkata. In fact, viewers, we've seen this is the SUCI protesting. So we see every day the multiple groups, and also the BJP has been also holding the protests, and so this is the Socialist Unity Center of India. Different groups. This is a leftist group that is now right now staging a protest there against the ruling government, the TMC, demanding justice for the law student at the South Calcutta Law College. And we've seen the links that have emerged of prime accused in this case, Manojit Mishra, his links with the TMCs, and how he has been an office bearer in the TMC also. And these are visuals of protests on the streets of Kolkata. And we see every day there are back-to-back protests that are reported.
পুলিশ পরিষ্কার বলছে ডেপুটেশন নেব, কিন্তু মাইকিং এ কি বলা হচ্ছে আমি শোনার একটু চেষ্টা করি. আপনাদেরকে কলকাতা পুলিশের তরফ থেকে অনুরোধ করা হচ্ছে কেউ আইন হাতে তুলে নেবেন না. আপনাদের অর্গানাইজেশনের যে উদ্দেশ্য ডেপুটেশন দেওয়া, সেই ডেপুটেশন আমরা গ্রহণ করব. অর্থাৎ ডেপুটেশন গ্রহণের ভিডিও
All right, viewers. Meanwhile, we just go back to the news that we were tracking with regards to Nihal Modi's arrest. Now, Nihal Modi is set to apply for bail. He's likely to apply for bail during the extradition hearing. U.S. authorities have conveyed to India that they will oppose the bail proceedings initiated by Nihal Modi. Nihal Modi, the younger brother of fugitive diamond heir Nirav Modi, arrested in the United States and upon extradition request from the CBI and the ED. And the arrest, remember, comes 5 years after he was charged with fraud for allegedly acquiring diamonds as well. That's another case. And also had a role in the PNB case. Now, Shravan, tell us more details. Shravan, Nihal is likely to apply, of course, for bail during the extradition.
Well, in fact, the U.S. Department of Justice has in fact informed India that they believe that Nihal Modi in all likelihood would be applying for bail, and this may come up during the hearing that's scheduled for 17th of July. We are being told that U.S. authorities have already conveyed to India that if at all Nihal Modi actually applies for bail, then they would be opposing it. Remember, we have been told that the Department of Justice would be representing India's case before the courts when the extradition matter actually begins. In fact, there is a treaty that has been signed between India and the United States of America as far as fugitives are concerned and the extradition proceedings are concerned. That is the reason why, remember, keeping that in mind when the hearing actually takes place, the Central Bureau of Investigation as well as the Enforcement Directorate to be present there, and the matter would thereafter be heard by the court in the United States of America.
We seem to have lost that line with Shravan, but he was giving us the update on Nihal Modi is set to apply for bail during the extradition hearing, and he has been arrested today in the United States of America. And of course, it's a big win for Indian agencies, the CBI and the ED, the brother of Nirav Modi. And he's been arrested in the 13,000 crore rupee Punjab National Bank scam. Major breakthrough for the Indian agencies. They have, of course, filed an extradition request after which he was arrested. All right, a quick look and some more stories that are making news from across the country. Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Security has been tightened for Lord Jagannath's Bahura Yatra in Puri. 100 police platoons, RAF, Arisha Rapid Action Force and Coast Guard have been deployed. 3 people had died in a stampede near the Gundicha temple on the 29th of June amid the festivities. Celebrations lined up as Tibetan spiritual leader Dalai Lama will celebrate his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju also on the list of attendees. Close to 70 people have died as flash floods have hit Mandi in Himachal Pradesh. The state government has announced 5,000 rupees per month as house rent to families whose homes were damaged and who are currently living in rented accommodations. Punjab police in 2 different cases has busted an international narco arms module and an interstate narco hawala syndicate. The police arrested 9 people in the 2 cases. 5 sophisticated pistols with 9.7 lakh rupee drug money and over a kilogram of heroin have been seized from them in Amritsar. All right, we have breaking news coming in. 4 people have been found dead in Delhi's Dakshin Puri. All 4 were found in the same house. They were found dead in the same house. They were in the same room. Initial police investigation suggests death due to suffocation. Further investigation is underway, but the initial reports, the preliminary reports suggest that the 4 people have died in the same house, in the same room due to suffocation. Now, what caused this suffocation, we do not know yet. But this is an update coming in from Delhi's Dakshin Puri. All right, my colleague Akhil joins us live on the broadcast. For more, Akhil, tell us more details about this case.
Well, Rakshita, if you see, a tragic incident took place in the South District, Dakshin Puri area. Right now, you can see we are at the very spot where that incident took place. So if you just move away from this location where I'm standing, approximately 200 meters away, there's a building in which on the first floor of that building, what has happened that there were 4 AC mechanic workers were used to live in that very building when that incident took place. Last night, they were inside that building, and after that, when they were not receiving any calls, then one of the deceased person's brother Zishan has made a call, several calls, and when he did not respond to those calls, after that he called up the police, and after that what we have seen that the Delhi police PCR team has arrived this very afternoon at the very location, and they have found out that there were 4 people inside that very apartment, in which they have taken out all those 4 people, and all those 4 people were in unconscious conditions, and when they were taken to the Safdarjung hospital, after that the doctors have declared 3 persons dead, and 1 person is still undergoing treatment right now, and his condition is critical as well. So right now the prelim information that we have gathered from the DCP of the South District, Mr. Ankit Chauhan, that due to the suffocation, those 3 people have died, and right now the treatment of the 4th person is still going on, who happens to be critical at this point in time. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Akhil, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Viewers, now we shift our focus to more breaking news coming in. Now, Nitish Kumar held a review meeting on law and order with the Director General of Police and other senior police officials after the murder of Patna businessman. Nitish Kumar has tweeted that no matter who the criminals are, they will not be spared at any cost, and directed to expedite the investigation of criminal incidents and take swift action against the guilty. Now, Chief Minister of Bihar has instructed the police and administration to work with full preparedness and strictness to maintain law and order. Now, this is after businessman Gopal Khemka was shot dead. And after that, we see that the Chief Minister is holding a review meeting. So this is the breaking news we are getting in right now. It's a big story from Patna, big story from Bihar. Tycoon killed by bikers 6 years after son's similar murder. Take a listen into the reactions coming in.
राजधानी के लिए शासन प्रशासन के लिए
चलो ना हम नीचे कर ले बनी
गंभीर घटना है, और इस घटना पर सरकार पूरी गंभीरता से त्वरित गति से कार्रवाई करेगी।
हमारे दिखबे नहीं करेगा तो फिर सर भाजपा कार्यकर्ता थे, वो पार्टी के मेंबर थे भाजपा के।
अपराधियों बख्शे नहीं जाएंगे, अपराधी का पहचान भी हो चुका है, और सरकार पूरी तरह से मुख्यमंत्री जी स्वयं इसको संज्ञान में ले रहे हैं।
6 साल पहले इनके बेटे की हत्या जमीन माफियाओं ने की थी, उद्भेदन नहीं हुआ, सर दबा दिया गया। 6 साल बाद फिर जमीन माफियाओं ने, इन पर प्रेशर था इनके अस्पताल को नीलाम और दे देने की। कौन कौन लोग थे इसमें? क्या वरिष्ठ पदाधिकारी?
अच्छा, इसमें जमीन माफिया का इन्वॉल्वमेंट?
सर तो ये अपराधी हैं, इतने बड़े समाज सेवी, इतने बड़े दुनिया को मदद करने वाले, ये बालू और शराब जमीन माफिया हैं।
कौन जमीन माफिया का प्रेशर है?
जमीन 2-3 पदाधिकारी और 4 नेता। सर जमीन का कारोबार तो पदाधिकारी माफिया नेता के मिली भगत से न चलता है। कुछ लोगों को पुलिसिंग में भरोसा नहीं है, कुछ लोगों को चुपचाप जमीन कब्जा कैसे होगा, किसका होगा, उसको मरवाते रहो। सर कॉल डिटेल निकालिए, इनका भी, जमीन कारोबारियों का भी, पहले जो घटना घटी उसका भी, सर कॉल डिटेल निकालिए।
All right, my colleague Prakash joins us live on the broadcast from Patna. Prakash, tell us more about this case. Anything that you're picking up on the investigation front?
Well, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has held a meeting and of the senior officials, and the senior officials are on the job. The manhunt is on. Raids are being conducted at several places, and we are told that raids will be conducted at several jails as well, including Patna Central Beul Jail, because last time around this kind of activities were undertaken from the jail itself when Gopal Khemka's son, Gunjan Khemka, was shot dead in 2018. So it's a massive manhunt. We can see something like UP, what has happened. I can foresee that. And with Kundan Krishnan, ADG headquarter at the helm of affairs, he's a no-nonsense officer. And this incident has specifically and particularly shaken the confidence and the morale of the Bihar police as well as the Bihar government, because Gopal Khemka, a known businessman, has been shot dead. And the way he's been shot dead is evident from the CCTV footage that the criminals had done a recce of his house, his movements, as well as they were also in the know-how of that he was himself driving the car. There were no drivers involved, there were no bodyguards involved during the process. So he was aware of everything, and that is why he took the risk of shooting from point blank range, and that too at midnight, and he escaped away on a scooty. So all this has been taken cognizance of, and very soon some raids would be undertaken and criminals would be nabbed. And as we gather that the police is confident that they are very close to the criminal, and someone would be nabbed very soon. Back to you.
Right, thanks so much, Prakash, for joining us with those details coming in on that story from Bihar. We'll keep a close eye on the developments on that, viewers. Meanwhile, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar is set to visit China next week to attend the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the SCO Foreign Ministers meet. And this will be the first visit since the 2020 military standoff along the LAC that severely strained India-China ties. Here's more.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar to visit China soon. His trip is scheduled around July 13. This will be Jaishankar's first visit post-2020 border standoff. Ties between India and China remain tense since the LAC clash. Jaishankar likely to meet Chinese counterpart Wang Yi in Beijing. The SCO Foreign Ministers meet is set for July 14 and 15 in Tianjin. The visit may provide a fresh diplomatic opening between both sides. All eyes on possible India-China bilateral discussions on the sidelines. Strategic watchers keenly tracking the high-stake diplomatic engagement. Both sides have held multiple military and diplomatic talks since 2020.
For a short break, viewers, but we get you the latest updates on a Punjabi actor's father was shot dead in Punjab's Moga. Attackers came posing as patients to his clinic. And MNS workers vandalized entrepreneur Sushil Kedia's office after his remarks on Marathi. We'll get you more on that.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of intelligence gathering activities were on earlier also, but they were not very organized on military scale. You see, earlier we had some satellites which ISRO had launched. We had cartograph series of satellites. We had reset set of satellites which were rather, radar imaging satellites.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter.
Rocket company is the only reason we can now send America astronauts into space. Take over, Elon.
But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have
Nirav Modi's brother Nihal Modi arrested in the United States on extradition request from CBI and ED. ED plea accepted by Delhi court. UK-based arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari declared fugitive economic offender. Punjabi actor Tanya's dad shot at in Moga. Attackers came posing as patients to his clinic. Businessman Gopal Khemka shot dead in Patna outside his residence by unknown miscreants. MNS workers vandalize entrepreneur Sushil Kedia's office after his remarks on Marathi. PM Modi in Argentina meets Indian diaspora. He's the first Indian Prime Minister in 57 years to visit the country. All right, viewers, thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Ayana Mitra with you. We start off with some breaking news coming in from Telangana, where Chief Minister Revanth Reddy's comments have now sparked a heated debate in the state's political landscape. Now, the Chief Minister has defended the Congress government's decision to name canteens after late former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, citing her contributions to welfare schemes and development initiatives. He has in fact emphasized that Indira Gandhi's policies have enlightened the lives of the poor, and the current government's welfare schemes are inspired by her vision. He even went on to say that those who are protesting against this move should be stripped and thrashed. That is the controversial remark that is coming in from the Telangana Chief Minister. And this comes just 2 days after BRS workers staged a protest outside the Hyderabad Municipal Corporation office against this move. We have that statement from the Chief Minister. Let's take a listen.
ఇందరమ్మ ఆనాడు తెచ్చిన సంక్షేమము అభివృద్ధి ఈ రోజు పేదవాళ్ళ జీవితాల్లో వెలుగులను నింపింది. అందుకే ఈ రోజు ఏ సంక్షేమ పథకానికైనా ఇందరమ్మ పేరు మనం పెడుతున్నాం. హైదరాబాద్ నగరంలో పేదవాళ్ళకు 5 రూపాయల భోజనం పెట్టాలని, పేదవాళ్లకు కూలి పోయే వాళ్లకు పొద్దున్నే టిఫిన్ చేయడానికి క్యాంటీన్లు పెట్టి ఇందరమ్మ పేరు పెడితే ఈ తలమాచిన దద్దమ్మలు సోయిలేనోళ్ళు ఇందిరమ్మ పేరు పెడతారని ధర్నా చేసిండ్రు. ఒక్కనొక్కని బట్టలిప్పదీసి కొడితే తప్ప ఇందిరమ్మ గొప్పతనం వాళ్ళకు అర్థం కాదు అని చెప్పి నేను ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తున్న మిత్రులారా.
Shameful the kind of language that this chief minister has been using against the people, who protest democratically. Srimati Indira Gandhi, could have been a great leader. I don't know much about her. I haven't seen her in my lifetime. Now, if this honorable chief minister wants to score brownie points with Mr. Rahul Gandhi, this whole changing the name spree that he started indulging in, renaming TS to TG, and started, renaming a lot of institutions as well. And now all of a sudden, Annapurna canteen, which was launched about 8 years ago by Shri KCR. Now, Annapurna is not a leader of the BRS party or not a political figure. Annapurna in Telugu, it really means a mother who feeds a child. Now, that kind of a name, to be changed for no good reason, just to please his bosses, is something that, as it is truly a very, very disrespectful decision. And on top of that, to comment against the people of our party and others who have basically protested the name change is even more shameful. If this pay CM wants to score brownie points with Mr. Rahul Gandhi, he can change his own name. अपना नाम रेवंत रेड्डी से बदल के जवाहर रेड्डी या राजीव रेड्डी रख ले, हमें कोई तकलीफ नहीं है. बट आज इंदिरा जी को बदनाम करके, कांग्रेस पार्टी के लीडरों को बदनाम करके आज क्या हासिल कर रहे हैं हमें तो नहीं समझ.
All right, we have more breaking news coming in. This one from Punjab in Amritsar. A youth has been shot dead in the Chananaki village under the Mehta police station. The entire incident has been captured on CCTV camera, which is now on your screens, viewers. And this footage that has been accessed by Republic TV shows the 3 unknown men who came on a bike and opened fire at the youth. This is the CCTV footage that we have accessed from Amritsar in Punjab, and the deceased youth has been identified as Jugraj Singh, whose age was all of 28 years. Let's go across to Lalit, who joins me live from Chandigarh. Lalit, tell us more about this case. Who was this man who has been targeted, and what do we know about the assailants so far?
This incident has been reported in the Amritsar, in the Chanakana village, and in the afternoon, 3 youths came in a motorcycle and they openly fired a 28-year-old youth named Jugraj Singh. Right now, if we talk about, police has captured the CCTV footage in which it has been seen how the 3 youths came on a motorcycle and shot openly on Jugraj Singh. So right now, police is further investigating the matter, but yes, this whole episode has been recorded on the CCTV footage, which has been assessed by the Republic TV. Back to the studio.
Yes. All right, Lalit, thank you for giving us those very crucial details from Punjab. And viewers, while we track all these stories for you, there's lots of other things that is making headlines. Let's take a quick look in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Security has been tightened for Lord Jagannath's Bahuda Yatra in Puri. Around 100 police platoons, RAF, Odisha Rapid Action Force and Coast Guards have been deployed. 3 people had died in a stampede near the Gundicha temple on June 29th amid the festivities. Celebrations have been lined up as Tibetan spiritual leader Dalai Lama will celebrate his 90th birthday. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju is also on the list of attendees. Close to 70 people have died as flash floods have hit Mandi in Himachal Pradesh. The state government has announced 5,000 rupees per month as house rent to families whose homes were damaged and who are currently living in rented accommodations. And Punjab police in 2 different cases has busted an international narco arms module and an interstate narco hawala syndicate. The police has arrested 9 persons in the 2 cases. 5 sophisticated pistols with rupees 9.7 lakh drug money and over a kilogram of heroin have been seized from them in Amritsar. All right, viewers, now shifting to our biggest story of the day. This is something that we're tracking from Bihar's capital in Patna, where a businessman, Gopal Khemka, was shot dead last night. Now, CCTV footage has surfaced after the chilling murder of Khemka, who is a well-known businessman leader from Bihar. He was shot dead by a man outside his home in Patna on Friday night. The clip shows a man wearing a blue shirt and a black helmet standing outside Khemka's home. And in just a few seconds, two cars arrived waiting for the guard to open the iron gate. Now, we understand that the first car was being driven by Khemka himself, while the second car behind him was being driven by another man. And as he was waiting, the accused ran towards him, shot him in his car and fled the scene on his bike. Now, the incident has taken place near the Panache Hotel in the Gandhi Maidan police station area. And there's an all-out political fight that has now erupted over the case. And Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has now held a review meeting on the prevailing law and order situation in the state. We are getting in some political reactions as we track this story very, very closely. Let's take a listen in to the police official account.
ये काफ़ी सारे मामले हैं, देखिए इसमें क्योंकि पूर्व में भी घटना हुई थी इनके परिवार में, तो वो सारी जो विभिन्न पहलू हैं वो सभी अनुसंधान के विभिन्न पहलू हैं, उस पर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं और इसके बारे में वर्तमान में कुछ कहना संभव नहीं है क्योंकि अनुसंधान को प्रभावित मोटिव कुछ पता नहीं, ये सारे अनुसंधान का मामला है और अभी उसको शेयर करने अनुसंधान प्रभावित होगा, तो इसके लिए जैसे जैसे इसमें अनुसंधान में प्रगति होगी आप लोग से शेयर करेंगे। निश्चित रूप से जो भी इसके अंदर में अपराधी हैं उनको गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा, कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई करी जाएगी। पटना पुलिस और एसटीएफ मिलके इस कांड का जल्द से जल्द उद्भेदन करेगी, तो जल्द से जल्द होगा इसका। काफी अनुसंधान में काफी प्रगति।
All right, these are visuals that are coming in from Kolkata, and these are protests that are being chaired by that are being staged, I beg your pardon, by the SUCI students. To the horrific Kolkata gang rape case that has emerged from the Koshpa Law College, which is in South Calcutta. And after almost a week, viewers, it's been 7 to 8 days since the case has come to light, and there is mounting anger amongst the people over the complete silence of the administration and the lack of inaction by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and her administration. And these are the latest protest visuals on your screen that is coming in from West Bengal's capital city, that is Kolkata. You can see over there, there's heavy police barricading and there's a showdown that is happening between Mamata Banerjee's police and the protesting workers over there. And we've continued to track the very, very close links that have emerged between main accused Monojit Mishra and the TMC leaders, and how he had access to the college years after he passed out, how he was very closely linked to the top brass of the TMC, and how there has been complete lack of action by the administration against the prime accused and against all those who have been involved in this horrific gang rape case.
কোন আন্দোলনকারীদের উপরে পুলিশ ঝাঁপিয়ে পড়েছে হায়নার মতো। এর প্রতিবাদ করছি আমরা এর প্রতিজ্ঞা জানাচ্ছি এবং আমাদের এই আন্দোলন কিন্তু থামবে না। আমরা পুলিশকে জানিয়ে দিতে চাই, আজকে যারা মহিলা পুলিশ আছে জানিয়ে দিতে চাই, আপনাদের কি নিরাপত্তা আছে? আপনাদের কি কোথাও কোনো নিরাপত্তা আছে?
All right, so though we have the protesters saying over there, viewers, I'd just like to translate it for you. They are staging a protest in the heart of Kolkata, and they are questioning the police and essentially giving them a warning that if the law and order situation in West Bengal is not fixed, then the Mamata Banerjee government will have to step down. So there's the ultimatum that is being given by the protesters. And as we stay with those visuals on your screen, we'll try to get in some reactions. All right, we have BJP spokesperson Shishir Bajoria joining me on the phone line. Mr. Bajoria, very dramatic visuals coming in from Kolkata. There's palpable anger amongst the people. How do you view this, and for how long do you believe can the TMC government really wash their hands off of the case?
See, what is completely unexplainable as a citizen, that what are they waiting for? The same chief minister, when something else happens, she is the first to even pronounce her verdict even before any inquiry is held. When she has to defend her party colleagues, she's made that famous statement, उसके सिर में ऑक्सीजन नहीं जाता है इसलिए किया. Why is she silent? She is completely been silent. Now obviously there is something with this person, this monster, that she is wanting to protect him. He has been taken into custody, but so what? Why is she silent? She normally, in all these cases, she says in the front, she defends the people, but do something. Now this has been going on and on. And see the way he did the crime. Rape is a heinous crime in any which way, but in this case, this lady was administered those nasal sprays so that she can come back. She was fainting, she could revive, and then again continue the crime. I mean, this is madness. This person, the most severe punishment should be given out. But here, the state police, wanting to protect the party in power, is just keeping quiet.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bajoria, for your inputs. Visuals, viewers, we stay with those pictures on your screen. I'm also being joined by Rakshita from the newsroom. Rakshita, not a word from the administration so far, and it's almost as if the TMC has completely washed their hands off the links that have emerged between the prime accused, Monojit Mishra, and the top brass of the state government.
Well, absolutely. We've seen that the protests are only mounting, but it does not really, I think, affect the woman chief minister of the state, West Bengal. There is not a statement, not a single statement from the chief minister, not even any action that is visible from her side as to those motor mouths in our own government. We've seen the victim shaming, victim blaming that has been going on in our government. That continues and that goes unchecked. And so do the crime against women that are going unchecked. Oyona, we see that how the protests are continuing day in and day out. Last weekend also we saw a massive protest on the streets of Kolkata. We saw detentions of BJP workers also over the weekend. Today we see the left group SUCI once again. These are incessant, these are back-to-back protests. And as we speak, the visuals, you can see that these protesters holding banners, raising slogans against the TMC, demanding justice are being stopped. They are struggling their way through to march forward. But instead of stopping the crimes against women, what we see is that the police, the Mamata police, are very good at stopping the protests, and that's what's happening. They are trying to block the protests. Whichever group comes in, the opposition party, the student groups, all have been stopped from protesting, from raising their voice against Mamata Banerjee. And those who in fact shame the victim or blame the victim, we do not see any action against them. They are not stopped. They are given a free run. The likes of Monojit Mishra are given a free run under Mamata Banerjee's rule in West Bengal. Day in and day out we see with the investigation progressing, the links are emerging and they are even more clear. They are getting clearer and clearer how Monojit Mishra was an office bearer in the TMC. He had links with the top leaders including Abhishek Banerjee as well. Photographs also depicting the same, vindicating the same. And not just that, there are multiple multiple updates also coming in as far as Manojit Mishra being the office staff, how he was also part of the office staff of this college of which he was an ex-student of, why he was given this this space, this position despite 6 FIRs, half a dozen FIRs. He has a criminal record. Why was he given a free run is the question that everybody is asking, and the anger of course is only mounting.
Yes. Absolutely, Rakshita. Thank you for your inputs on the matter. And of course, viewers, Republic will continue to question the Mamata Banerjee government till this case is over. And now for the moment, we move on to more breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where a terror hideout has been busted by the Jammu Kashmir police and Indian Army in the Poonch district. Now, 3 grenades and a huge cache of arms and ammunition have been recovered. And this has been this is part of an operation that was undergoing in the Surankot area of Poonch, and we're learning that 14 AK rounds, 6 pistol rounds, 5 pencil cells, a wire cutter and a multi-data cable connector, a multi-purpose knife and a common iron rod, and also a paint box has been recovered by the forces. And those are the visuals on your screen of the recoveries that have been made by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the Indian Army. And viewers, let's remember that this operation is coming while the Amarnath Yatra is underway, and it's part of the coordinated efforts by the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir police to crack down on terror in the valley. Gursimran Singh, my colleague, joins me live from Jammu. Gursimran, tell us more about this operation and how important this is, especially as Amarnath Yatra is underway.
See, this was based on an intelligence input generated by the Jammu and Kashmir police from the intelligence agencies that there is a hideout of the terrorists in the upper areas of the Behramgala, after which the recoveries have been made. That includes 3 grenades along with the ammunition of the AK series rifle as well as the pistol, and the wire cutters and the multi-purpose knives that have been recovered from this terror hideout. This was in the upper reaches of the Behramgala that has seen in the past multiple terror attacks, and the presence of the terrorists in this very area is time and again being noticed by the intelligence agencies as well as the security forces. Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army late last night launched this operation in which the recovery has been made, and now the grenades that have been recovered from this hideout, they have been detonated using the controlled explosion, and a large scale anti-terror operations have been launched in the area of Surankot. Reason being that the hideout has been found. It means that the terrorist must be somewhere close to this or in the vicinity, and keeping that in view, and also the upcoming Buddha Amarnath Yatra that is set to start from 27th of July, the searches have been launched in the area to rule out any possibility of a terror threat that lies on the Amarnath Yatra as well as the upcoming Buddha Amarnath Yatra.
Right. All right, Gursimran, thank you for giving us those details and for giving us the latest inputs on the search operations that are currently on in the valley. And now, viewers, shifting focus, an assistant executive engineer of the Jal Shakti department has mysteriously gone missing in Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban district, and his disappearance has now triggered a massive search operation after his vehicle was found abandoned near the Chenab River. Republic is tracking the story for you, and here's a quick report on the same.
An assistant executive engineer goes missing in Ramban. Missing officer identified as Parvez Ahmed Wani. Wani was posted in the Goul subdivision of Ramban. His car was found abandoned near the Chenab River. Vehicle was discovered parked along the river banks. Security forces and local teams rushed to the spot. A major search operation has been launched in the area. Circumstances around the disappearance remain suspicious. Authorities are exploring all possible angles. The incident has raised serious concerns in the region.
Breaking news coming in. Union Minister Piyush Goyal has slammed Rahul Gandhi and said that nobody takes the Congress leader seriously anymore. And he's also gone on to say that they've lost the plot completely and that the confidence of the people in the Congress party has eroded. And he's also gone on to say that even in the state of Karnataka, it's a complete hotbed of corruption and infighting. So that is the latest statement that is coming in from Union Minister Piyush Goyal as he takes a jibe at Rahul Gandhi. And in fact, Republic has accessed that statement by Piyush Goyal. Let's take a listen in.
Nobody takes Mr. Rahul Gandhi seriously anymore because of the negativity that he, his party and his colleagues are continuously spreading. The falsehoods that they are spreading, I think they have lost the plot. They have lost the confidence of the people of India who are again and again rejecting the Congress party and their politics. Till today, they have not been able to come up with any positive agenda for the development of the nation. Even in Karnataka, their government is completely collapsed. It's a hotbed of corruption. It's a government which is fighting amongst themselves every single day. I hope Mr. Rahul Gandhi can control his own party and his own governments because he has only barely a handful of governments left. The way he's going, his negativity will only lead to the people rejecting him, even in these states which he has got left.
All right, there we heard Union Minister Piyush Goyal. He has taken a fresh dig at Congress leader Rahul Gandhi and said that Karnataka is the hotbed of corruption and there's so much infighting that is happening within the Congress party that nobody in the party, within the Congress party, in fact, is taking their leaders seriously anymore. And he's talking about Rahul Gandhi, specifically, viewers. And Union Minister Piyush Goyal's remarks come just days after there were rumors that there might be a change in leadership in the high command in Karnataka and that there are rebels within the Congress party who are not happy with the top leadership. In fact, we have more breaking news coming in. BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad has now arrived at Gopal Khemka's residence in Patna. Remember, viewers, Gopal Khemka is a Patna-based businessman who was shot dead last night by unknown assailants just outside his residence. And this case has now triggered a massive political storm in Bihar. And we'll just get you those visuals of Ravi Shankar Prasad at Khemka's residence in a short while from now. But we're tracking this story very, very closely, and we learn that a special investigation team has been formed to investigate the case, to gather the latest inputs and sort of draw a sequence of events on what exactly led to this murder. And remember, viewers, it was his son Gunjan Khemka who was murdered in a similar fashion barely 7 years ago. And now it's his father, businessman Gopal Khemka, who's the owner of the Magad hospital, who has been targeted in the case. And this controversy has drawn a massive political storm in the state of Bihar just months ahead of the state assembly elections. And as we slip into a very short break, on the other side, MNS workers vandalized entrepreneur Sushil Kedia's office after his remarks on Marathi. And Nirav Modi's brother Nihal Modi arrested in the United States on extradition request from CBI and ED. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we track those stories very closely for you.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Opus Paints.
This
say the gods walk among us, but once a year, in Puri, we walk with them. More than a festival, it's faith in motion, a journey carried by hearts, hands, and hope. This year, kindness walks with devotion, as meals of faith and warmth reach lakhs, nourishing not just bodies, but souls. When we serve devotion, you serve the divine.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Future wars will be conducted based upon intelligence input gathered from enemy's territory. Suppose there is a war with Pakistan or China or even Indian Ocean region, then we have to know what exactly Pakistan is doing in depth, what they are doing towards their military assets, which are closer to Afghanistan border, closer to Iran border. Similarly, in Tibet, in case there is a skirmish with China, we would like to know what is PLA doing in Tibet or even in depth in China. Similarly, in case there is a war, Pakistan Navy or PLA Navy may operate from Indian Ocean region to cause damage to our coastal installations, both military as well as civilian. So we would like to know well in advance what they are up to. These kind of intelligence gathering activities were on earlier also, but they were not very organized on military scale. You see, earlier we had some satellites which ISRO had launched. We had caught.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Nirav Modi's brother Nihal Modi arrested in the USA on extradition request from CBI and the ED. ED plea accepted by Delhi court. UK-based arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari declared fugitive economic offender. Punjabi actor Tanya's father shot at in Moga. Attackers came posing as patients to his clinic. Businessman Gopal Khemka shot dead in Patna outside his residence by unknown miscreants. MNS workers vandalized entrepreneur Sushil Kedia's office after his remarks on Marathi. Prime Minister Modi in Argentina meets Indian diaspora. Prime Minister Modi, first Indian Prime Minister
first Indian Prime Minister to visit Argentina in 57 years. Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you this Saturday evening. Let's get started with breaking news coming in. The latest input in the Nihal Modi arrest case coming in. Viewers, ED has presented evidence of proceeds of crime linked to Nihal Modi. Now, that's the breaking news we have right now. Nihal Modi had taken 50 kilograms of gold and cash from Dubai-based companies of Nirav Modi, his elder brother. Now, Nihal Modi had destroyed evidence, and ED sources also tell us that Nihal Modi had influenced key witnesses as well, linked to this entire money trail. So these are more updates. Top ED sources tell Republic TV that Nihal Modi had taken away diamonds and worth 6 million. Nihal Modi had destroyed evidence as well. In fact, a lot of discoveries now. Evidence of proceeds also accessed. ED has presented the evidence. Senior Shavan Sen joins us for more. Shavan, there are more and more layers that are being uncovered by the ED as far as the role of Nihal Modi is concerned.
Well, in fact, these are crucial piece of information, because remember, the Enforcement Directorate has already presented all this evidence before the courts, particularly here in India. Now, as far as Nihal Modi's arrest in the United States of America is concerned, and when the proceedings come up for hearing on 17th of July, these evidences are going to play a very important role. We are now given to understand that the role that was played by Nihal Modi following the arrest of Nirav Modi. Remember, he was placed under arrest in the United Kingdom. And thereafter, the kind of evidence that has been gathered by the Enforcement Directorate, some of it that we have been able to gather. Number one is with regards to destruction of evidence. Nihal Modi, who happens to be Nirav Modi's brother, immediately after the FIR that was actually registered, did actually begin destroying the evidence. Destruction of evidence particularly happened of electronic devices in Dubai, and also eyewitnesses who were basically taken into account by the Enforcement Directorate. These were employees who were working for Nirav Modi. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate had convinced them to put out full details of the investigation that has been carried out so far, which basically indicated, one, that they were being coerced by Nirav Modi to give a statement against the Enforcement Directorate, and they were in Cairo. And that is the time when we are given to understand Nihal Modi did actually make an attempt to influence these very witnesses that were being used by the Enforcement Directorate. The other was also a removal of certain items. For instance, we have been given to understand 150 boxes of pearls were actually removed by Nihal Modi. Apart from that, we are also given to understand that money, cash, roughly about 3.5 million dirham was actually removed from Dubai. These were companies of Nirav Modi, which were being handled by Nihal Modi. So following the arrest and Nirav Modi being charge sheeted, the role that was being played by Nihal Modi was of destroying the evidence and removing the money trail, particularly, so that the Enforcement Directorate and Central Bureau of Investigation is unable to touch any of these companies, unable to recover the money, because remember, these were proceeds of crime which the Enforcement Directorate would have in the course of time they would have taken into account.
Right. In fact, we have more updates also, as Shaban was telling us about 150 boxes of pearls from Hong Kong, and also Modi had taken 3.5 million from Dubai. So yes, there are multiple discoveries that have been made, Shaban. But if you could just help us understand how important the arrest of Nihal Modi becomes in this entire PNB scam with regards to the arrest of his brother Nirav Modi and of course uncle Mehul Choksi. Shaban.
Well, in fact, Rakshita, I missed your question. If you can just repeat that once again.
Yes, Shaban, I mean, I just want our viewers to understand, if you could simplify how important this arrest becomes in the PNB scam case.
Well, in fact, he isn't one of the main accused, if I may say so. But having said that, why it is significant? One, remember, India hasn't been able to bring back Nirav Modi despite being able to convince the courts in United Kingdom. The fact of the matter is this, that the final call or the final decision would be taken by the United Kingdom government whether at all to extradite Nirav Modi or not. The Indian investigative agencies have certainly been able to do their job by convincing the courts in United Kingdom that an offence has been committed by Nirav Modi, and it is imperative that he is sent back to India to ensure that justice prevails. But having said that, remember, there has been an inordinate delay in extraditing Nirav Modi. Now, with the arrest of Nihal Modi, one thing is very clear, that India has been extremely successful in extraditing convicts, particularly those who have been linked to other terror cases. For instance, the recent success that India met with was in the case of Tahawur Rana, who was extradited by the Department of Justice. He was brought back to India. So certainly India is hopeful that they would be able to bring back Nihal Modi. Nihal Modi, in fact, if at all in custody of the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation, would be able to provide more information to the agencies about the entire criminal conspiracy that was hatched by Nirav Modi along with his uncle Mehul Choksi. There has also been some development with regards to Mehul Choksi, because remember, he's moved to Belgium, and there too we are given to understand that the extradition proceedings are basically underway. Bail hearings are actually taking place. So as far as the PNB bank scam is concerned, with Nihal Modi being arrested in United States of America, there is a glimmer of hope, and the hope being that if at all he is extradited, it will only strengthen the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation's investigation against Nirav Modi, perhaps pushing, making that final push before the agency, before the courts in the United Kingdom, as well as the UK government, as well as the Belgium government, to ensure that they are also extradited. Because if at all the United States of America and the courts in United States of America makes a comment or makes an observation about the investigation that has been carried out by the Indian investigative agencies in the PNB scam, it would certainly act as a fillip. It would give a fillip to this entire investigation that has been carried out so far.
Right. Shravan Sen, thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in on that latest development that Republic TV is closely tracking. Viewers, now we have some breaking news coming in. Ravi Shankar Prasad has arrived at the Gopal Khemka's residence, and the tycoon from Bihar has been shot dead today. And now we have Ravi Shankar Prasad, the top BJP leader, and of course he also hails from Bihar. Ravi Shankar Prasad, he has visited Gopal Khemka's residence. Remember, after this cold-blooded murder of Gopal Khemka by bike-borne assailants, you can see the visuals of the same to the left side of your screens. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has also called for a high-level security meeting to review the law and order situation. Meanwhile, we have RSP, we have Ravi Shankar Prasad arriving at Gopal Khemka's residence, BJP MP, he's from Bihar. Prakash Singh joins us from Patna. Prakash, tell us more details. Now we also have the update that we have Ravi Shankar Prasad also visiting Gopal Khemka's residence. Prakash, can you hear me?
रवि जी का भेज दियो.